Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi, guys. Hello, guys. All right. Ah, dear God. Okay. What the hell do we got to do today? Let's take a look out there, shall we? Let me see who we got here. We got oh God, why is my screen all? Oh, because my dad was here. That's right. I need to quickly move this shit around. There we go. That's better. Okay. All right. So here we go. Shall we? Let me take a look here. Who do we got here? Who do we got here? We got. That's perfect. Okay. We got Hippers. Hello, Hippers. How you doing, Hippers? Glad to see you here, Hippers. Hippers very quickly becoming an original. Glad to see you here, Hippers. Meowzord, hello, Chow, Meowzord, Chow. Glad to see you here as always. Uh, Doug is here. Hello, Doug. For anyone who doesn't know, Doug is Antifa U. I just call Doug Doug because Doug is Doug to me, and no one can take that from me. Hello, SoCal. Garoof. Hello, SoCal. Always glad to have SoCal here. Always glad to have SoCal. Hope everything's going well for you, SoCal. Hello, Druzilla. Hello, Druzilla. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Yes, Meowzord, correct. I just saw that a judge did block the Trump administration from ending temporary protected status for Haitians. Now, as I've said, it does appear as though the judiciary still does have some level of influence. Okay. Basically, it appears as though we are not yet in a totalitarian state. We are in an authoritarian state, but it's not yet totalitarian. It is not like completely. There is not yet complete control over all aspects of the society. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Because there is the judicial branch does appear to have some level of independence still. Of course. Well, there's other issues with this, but you're okay. We'll have to see if they actually listen to it. All right, they might not. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. That is hello, gluteomyalgia. Absolutely, it's unrecoverable. Gluteomyalgia. Gluteomyalgia says so. Our entire government system is effed. Yeah. Yep. I think it's unrecoverable. I got to tell you guys. You notice I might not be as. I don't know if. I don't know if. Okay, so you notice I might not be in the most uppity mood today or the happiest mood of all time. The big problem here, folks, is that I've spent like yesterday and today looking at all the Epstein crap. Not all of it, mind you, because there's so much of it. It's impossible to look at all of it. Okay, one second. I'm actually fixing a setting here. So it has been quite illuminating in how screwed up everything is. And now I know we already knew that, but like, oh my God. Okay. And I mean, I already knew, we all knew it was already horribly corrupt and, the elites don't care about us and all that other shit. We don't really have our own government. Yeah, gluteomyalgia. And like, oh my goodness. Okay. I'm kind of sleep deprived because I spent so much time last night going through a whole bunch of stuff. And we're going to be spending time today doing that as well. That's mainly what we're going to be doing. We can talk about some other news items as well, but I'm going to be going through some of the stuff that I saw. And then kind of doing some on the fly research on some of the people that are mentioned in these files. We're going to do kind of a deep dive today into some of the stuff there. Okay, so let's see here. Thank you, Macon. Thank you for saying I got nice jams today. Okay. Absolutely no say. Yeah, okay. This is the right, Meowzord. I'm glad you like those monster cat choices of mine. All right. Hello, Lon. Welcome back, Lon. Glad to see you here. Or R6 or I can't remember what your original name is. Forgive me, but Lon, glad to see you here. Okay. Right. Thank you. Hello, Outer Signal. Yeah, this music does give the official soundtrack for a new edgy Willy Wonka horror film. That is true. Okay. Okay. So, hello, Body Swap. Glad to see you here, Body Swap. Very glad to see you here. Hello, Burn Joby. Burn Jobby, always here, but often in the background. But I always know you're here, Burn Jobby. Don't worry. I acknowledge you. Okay, I acknowledge your existence here. Hello, Mithril. So happy to see you here. That's right, Lana. Oh, that's so weird. I don't know what that's about, R6, but glad to see you here. Yeah. Oh my God, I know, right? Imagine, isn't it insane how they misspelled Palantir? That was like the most annoying thing about the Epstein files. I mean, it wasn't, but they all the bad grammar and the misspelling and like, okay, God, we have the worst elites in the world. We have the worst cabal of pedophiles ruling us. They can't even do grammar. Okay, outer signal, inner chaos gremlin. Okay, yeah, exactly. SoCal. No, you're right, SoCal. So yeah. Oh, I know. Okay. It's late, but at least UK government is doing something. Is that true, Louise? I'm glad to hear that. Okay. Um, yeah. Okay. So guys, There is so much in these files. I think you all know this by now that it is absolutely impossible for me to cover everything. So, yesterday I covered some political stuff, but I've been reading a lot more now. I often wait like 1 or 2 days after these things come out to, to say anything, or to really go deep into it. But because I don't know, it's my history brain. I just want to make sure everything is. I want to see what other people are saying about it, see if anything new revelations come out. Okay, whatever. So I've started doing a deep look into all these things. Okay, and dear God, hello, Tiago. Glad to see you here, Tiago. Right? Very unfortunate day to live in America. Right? I didn't really see any Portuguese elites in these documents. Is that so far? Have you seen any there, Tiago? Hello, JDH. So glad to see you here, JDH. Also knows Marcellus. I know Meowzord. Oh my god. So bad, Meowzord. They couldn't spell Palantir. Okay. Yeah, that is true, gluteomyalgia. And I gotta tell you guys, while I'm sitting here, I have some just to show you how much I respect the Ohio curriculum. I found an old page from Ohio's state social studies curriculum, and I'm using it as trash paper, basically. I'm gonna be writing down the names of people we see. So in case I need to do research later. Okay. But we could do we could also, if yeah, we could figure out something, okay? All right. Okay. Yeah, exactly so, Cal. That's one of the reasons I waited because I knew they had probably made mistakes and I didn't want to be in possession of any CSAM. Okay. 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 So, all right. So everyone ready for this? I'm going to start by explaining something to all of you, okay? Let me put the scene up here. Again, folks, if we get ones, I don't know, do I want to put on the jester hat and shit today? Maybe not. Um, Whatever, just send money. Send money. Send me money. Okay, that's it. I'm just gonna say it. Send me money. God damn it. Okay. So I will. By the way, how about this? I will put on the just. Well, I don't know. Screw it. I don't know. I'm not in the mood. I'm just gonna put up my face real fast here. Okay. So, okay. All right. So something I wanted to talk about first, right? That's for sure. SoCal. This is I'm a historian, right? What historians basically do, guys, for those who don't know, is they look at documents. They literally look at documents. Yay, Tranodine, also another original here. Tranodine. Yeah, another day not getting nuked. Yay, all right. Um, so uh I could set up a Google Doc, that's for sure, gluteomyalgia. As a matter of fact, why not? Let's do that right now. Okay. Oh my god, Meowzord, oh my god, that's 10, what is that, like $10, Meowzord? Thank you so much. Really. Thank you for the 1,000 bits there. Dear God. Okay. Thank you. All right. So gay, I know, right, Meowzord? Okay. So let me show you guys something. Well, actually, you know what? Let me open up a Google Doc. I think that's actually a good idea. Google Doc, Google Doc, Google Doc. That's easier. We'll do that. We'll just do a Google Doc here. That's a much better idea than me writing. Okay, analog. Okay, all right. So let's talk. Historians basically. Thank you, Tiago. The basic job of historians here, folks, is that they look at documents. Uh, we could do a Google Sheet. That's true. Actually, that might be better. Let's do Google Sheet instead because there's actually little things I can put in there, like little whatever they are. Little whatever, guys. I'm tired. Forgive me if I'm being incoherent. Well, what else is normal? Let's do a Google Sheet. There we go. This is better. Okay, we'll do Google Sheet. Now, okay. So that's a good point, Meowser. We can do tags and shit. How do I donate? Hello, Tiago. You can donate, Tiago, over on YouTube, or if you're on Twitch, you can send bits. There should be a button that allows you to send me bits. So you can send bits. That would be how you do it there. Hello, Pizza So Giant. So, guys, I know I'm getting distracted here, so let's talk. So, historians, we look at documents, right? We look at documents. We You can put in fun little what's its to brighten the corruption a bit. That's for sure. Okay. Okay. I'm getting distracted. So, historians look at documents and those documents, we basically analyze the documents. You have to be really good at like examining documents, thinking about them critically. Oh, thank you, JDH, for that to Tiago. And it's a process, and it's not easy. You have to like trust me when you're in grad school or whatever, becoming a historian. getting a PhD in history or even a master's, you have to look at hundreds, if not thousands, of documents. That is how you understand the past. You look at documents, you analyze the documents. Okay. Um, Oh, it's okay. Okay, that's funny. Okay, so I wanted to give you a brief this is a very brief outline of what I'm gonna be doing as we're looking at these documents, okay? This is an insider's look at what a doctor what a, historian does when they read documents, okay? And there's other things I could add to this. I'm not gonna be terribly specific, but what I especially would do is I would look at 4 things: text, context, subtext, and corroboration, okay? So text is, the easy stuff, right? Things like what is the document? What is the document? Okay. Why was it written? Why was it written? Okay. More basically, what does it say? What does it say? Okay. You know, who wrote it? What is the document? Why was it written? What does it say? Who wrote it? Basic things like that. All right. And then another important question is, uh, where did it come from? As in, who had the document before we're seeing the document? Okay. Or basically, what is it called? It's called a chain of evidence, basically. Like who had it before you saw it? Okay. All right. So that's text. Basically, what does it say? All right. And I've been noticing, guys, well, we'll get into this. The next thing you look at is context. Context. Those are questions of when was it written? All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, I need to get rid of this part. Okay. Okay. Oh my God, what is wrong here? There we go. When was it written? Okay. So when was it written? I am using Canva, Victoria. When was it written? Yeah, chain of custody is another way of framing that, Macy. I like saying chain of evidence, but yeah, chain of custody works too. When was it written? What was happening? What was happening when it was written? What happened before it was written? Okay, so I could give you more specific there. And the basic question here is how might the context have affected the text? Okay. All right. So how might what have been happening when it was written affected what's in it? Okay. Um, and yeah, there you go, Doug. Who was it written for? Who was it written for? And that's also a text thing, but it's also important to think about under context. All right. And then lastly, here, was it meant to be public or private? Okay. Is it a private document that was sort of not meant to be seen, or was it a public document that was well known that it was going to be seen? Okay. Last two here, subtext. Corroboration's easy. That will take a second. So subtext is basically another way of framing subtext is reading between the lines. Read between the lines. Between the lines. So what basically like things like what is not being said in the document? Okay. What is implied by the document? Okay. Things also like how do power structures play into the document? Okay. How do power structures play into the document? Okay. So this is like where you have to read beneath the surface and kind of do interpretation. All right. Things that you cannot see in the document that you can sort of surmise after reading the document. Okay. Okay, and then last thing here, which I'm not even gonna add anything to, is corroboration. It's nice to have one document that says something, all right? But you need to be able to corroborate it. Like, if do any other documents back up what's being said? Is there any other evidence backing up what is being said? Hello, Cody. Hello, Arshawn. Welcome. Hello, Inga. Okay. Does anything back up the document? Guys, thank you, JDH, for that. Thank you, JDH, for the bits there. Okay. And I got to tell you, so I have been super interested to yeah, probably Arshawn. I've been super interested to read. Hello, I have a treat for you. It's the stuff in the files. But I've also been frustrated, and I know it's soon, and I get it. I don't blame anyone for this about the number of people making unsubstantiated claims based off bad documents. And I know, guys, as I always say, guys, I've said this many times before, right? Anytime something big happens, there's always a tendency to delve into conspiracy without thinking. And obviously, there is a giant conspiracy here between all these people. That does not mean that every single document that's being released has good information or information that's reliable or anything like that. Okay. And I have seen a lot of folks pulling out documents and then saying, like, oh, they're eating children. I have seen zero reliable evidence that they're eating children. Does that mean they ate children or like ate people? No, it doesn't mean they didn't do it. It just means that there's no good evidence to back that up. Okay, so like, okay, now, and I know I might get pushback with these things. Yes, I have seen like one document perhaps that talks about people being eaten or something being eaten. That is not enough, and it is not a good document to begin with. So my point here is that you have to be careful. Okay, you have to be careful when reading these things, and I can tell you this is why I like doing history stuff because it's more than just you have to be careful when you read documents. Okay, let's put it that way. All right, and I get it. It's not like given everything else that's been said, it's not that much of a stretch to think they were eating people, but we need evidence. Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna pull out of here. There you go, Mithril. Absolutely. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion was a complete nonsense document. So these are the things we're going to be looking at: text, context, subtext, and corroboration. Okay. Uh, there you go, Doug. All right. So, all right, I'm going to pull up here. I went to basically the Epstein subreddit. Okay, on Reddit, and I compiled a whole bunch of things from there. Right, gluteomyalgia, okay. Exactly, anecdotal evidence. So, you know what? First, let me tell you about one document, okay? There was a document that was released that was basically this guy saying that he was on, you know what? Let me pull it up real fast for you guys, all right? Just to give you an example of an unreliable document. And by the way, plenty of these documents are reliable and or worthy of further looking at further and other things, okay? But there are also some documents here that are not reliable and or just not good documents. Okay, so let me uh find this real fast. Okay, let me find this real fast. So, for example, there was a document about a guy who claimed to have been on a boat where there were a bunch of people eating, basically doing horrible things to babies that I don't even want to say on stream, including eating and other things. Okay. And this, again, the FBI document that this is in is basically just they're collecting anyone who wants to say anything about what may have happened. So it doesn't mean it's real. It just means that someone said this to them. And let me find this thing. Is it even here? I don't even know if it's here anymore. Maybe it's gone too. You know, it might not even be there anymore because it's so disgusting. Okay. So, but that particular document, folks, if you read closely in the document, it was put on it was actually brought to the FBI by a guy who's a far right wing conspiracy theorist who he actually brought the guy who made the accusations to the FBI office and then had him tell them. And this guy is well known, this far right wing guy is well known for making shit up. And the accusations in the document are pretty like, there's some weird things in it. Like he says that they were all black men who were doing this. Okay. There were all black men on this boat that were doing this. And he ended up but then he randomly goes and says, oh, and by the way, George Bush was on the boat too. Um, okay. Like, do you see what I mean? That is kind of weird. All black men on the boat, that seems like you have something you want to say about black people. And then if there's all black men on the boat, why is George W. Bush there? Okay. So we cannot take all these seriously. That being said, there are some of them. Okay. All right. All right. So let's go on. Oh, Fox Emblem, it does not. That document does not line up with anything anyone in the email said. Because I looked for corroboration, there was none. All right. Okay. Okay, guys. So let's go on here. Let's go on here. So let's look up here. This is so let's look at some really good documents, okay? One thing here is, for example, this one. Yeah, here's an example. So this one is a document that basically says, I'm gonna actually get closer so I can actually read it. It's basically saying that Donald Trump would have sex parties at his golf course. Okay. Okay. And he goes on to say that the following: witnessed Robert Leach strangle a young girl during a sex party. He claims that she is buried behind the 19th hole at the Donald. Oh my God, this is so disgusting. At the Donald Trump golf course. Blank is aware of 3 separate occasions in which girls were murdered and buried there. Blank was told if he spoke about the incident he witnessed, he would end up in the hole as well. Blank gave Maxwell the idea to put cameras in the golf course to review the cartel members and understand how to market 12 and 14-year-old victims to the cartel. Okay, so there we have an example. And there is corroboration for this because there are other documents of other people saying that there were people being murdered and buried. Okay. So this one has a higher chance of being reliable. And if you look at, let me see if I can find the date on this one. The date on this one is this is from 2021. So that is one thing that kind of makes it less reliable, is that this document was made after all these other allegations came out about Epstein, which leaves the door open to people coming up and making kind of false claims to get on the bandwagon. But there are other corroborating documents. Okay. Doesn't mean it's true, no, but it raises the likelihood. Okay. Joe Biden's ex-husband is taken by the police for murdering his wife. Wait, seriously? That's crazy. I think so, Meowzord. I think 100% it's enough to do a search warrant, and I am pissed the fuck off that this has not been done yet. It's very obvious it's a cover-up. It is very, like, the amount of evidence I've seen that is corroborated, that there are multiple people saying the same thing, and then nothing has been done about it, makes my blood boil. And we really ought to do something about these people in power, because they control the system enough that they're able to prevent any of these investigations happening. Okay. So, all right. Moving on. So that's one example. Another example here. And I'm going to give you a content warning. I'm obviously not going to be able to show you, some of the images and shit in these files, but I am going to show you some things that are disturbing, but that I can show you. One of the things included in the files were a child's basically journal, a young girl's journal. Okay. And all right. Now, as I was mentioning before, folks, almost always private documents are more reliable than public documents. Okay. Because if you say something or want to do something publicly, you're typically going to be aware that other people are going to see what you're saying or writing. Okay. That makes sense. Now, that's not always the case. Sometimes people in private documents will still be careful because they worry that in the future those documents will become public. But um, especially when it comes to a little girl, it's unlikely that she would have been thinking that far ahead. Okay, so let's see what it says in here. She actually uses code. So she actually wrote in code to try and conceal what she was writing. And you can see here, these are a series of letters. If you can kind of understand what she's saying, but it's not very apparent. The FBI was able to translate this. They have a lot of people who can break code and things like that, and it's not that difficult of a code anyway. All right. She said, "So sorry, Jeffrey, that these things happen when your body had never been given time to properly heal." So it okay, again, content warning. Okay. So it came out in the toilet, and I didn't know what to do, so I just flushed the tiny little fetus. You have made me numb, and I hate you for this. I hope I never have to see you again. I am not your personal incubator. Where is the baby? Where is Ghislaine? Um, I'm sorry, I'm kind of whew. Uh, okay. And children are not likely to just make stuff like this up. Okay. Like, why would she have known any of these words? You see what I mean? It doesn't make sense unless she is experiencing something. And why is she writing this stuff unless, okay. Like, does anyone here have a kid who's like, okay, never mind. I'm not going to go that way. Okay. At the end, of course, of this letter, she pinned in something that said death. Okay. This then on the next page, she says, blend in. I hate this city. By the way, guys, it is very common amongst people who have experienced sexual abuse to try and make themselves blend in, make themselves as unattractive as possible, wear overly large, neutral colored clothing because they're worried they're going to be targeted by someone. I've worked in a group home. People who were sexually assaulted say things like that, where they say, blend in, blend in. I have to blend in. She's literally saying it right here. Blend in. I hate this city. Okay. Image. Okay. On Misery's Trail, the toll of reporting on human anguish. There's some other stuff in here. Um, I don't want to go fully to it. Through a child's eyes, protect the vanishing children. What I wanted was a place where dreams did not stop at dawn. Flashbacks. Okay. There were images of New York, and it said there were images of the city New York, and it said, "Who could have predicted this? I should have. So sad this city could be beautiful if it weren't filled with monsters." Okay. And then it went on to say the blood from Leon is no longer there, and I expect she's referring to what she mentioned earlier. That's also common for people who have experienced trauma, especially childbirth trauma or the loss of a fetus. They will name it. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm eating some food too because I was doing this so much this morning that I forgot to eat. Okay. So here's images of New York. Who's Leon Black? I could be wrong. Guys, I didn't really have. Yeah. Uh. Oh. All right. Tomorrow is the halfway ultrasound for Jeffrey. This one stuck. After they took the first baby who survived and the early miscarriage, I think it was called I No Longer Feel Like a Person But a Vessel. Will they take this one too? Who has the first one? Where did Ghislaine go? She is never around. I can't let myself get attached. I am not old or mature enough to even in the place to have a baby that I would be responsible for. I am not even able to focus on anything other than hiding this again. I had to go eating disorder treatment prior to being in this situation again, and I missed the entire fall semester of school. I am so very exhausted. My body feels so tired. Will I ever be free? I want a Fed post so bad. I cannot. We need to try to not Fed post, folks. Okay. Here we have a classic example in her journal of a victim uh, blaming herself, saying the following: I am such a monster. I didn't console her. I can't unhear her screams. They haunt me. I couldn't even bring myself to look at her. I am a monster. I deserve to be haunted by her screams. I am sorry. I am so broken. Again, feeling guilt for not assisting probably another girl who was being assaulted. Now, okay. Uh, Something about this, guys, too. I want to point out that I, or well, it could be, look at this. There's actually an image on this page of a fetus. It could be that that's what she's talking about, that she's talking about, yeah, because it says, I am a monster. And there are little bits of what appear to be red paint all over the pages, too. I'm not sure what that's about. Uh, so I don't know if she's referring to the fetus screaming or someone else. Okay. Regardless, as in, like, she's imagining it screaming, here's an image of okay, you get the idea. So that is just one. There are a lot more of these guys. There are a lot more of images from this journal. This is the only one I'm gonna be showing you. Um, and do I know for certain that this journal is, accurate or correct? No, but some things that make it more likely of being true are the fact it's written in code, the fact that there are clear indications of trauma in how she's speaking, okay? So all right. All right. Let's go back here. And again, there's a lot stuff here, a lot more here if you guys are curious about if you want to see more of that, God help you. All right. Okay, here we have for the people from the UK out here. This one is less reliable. I'm saying that it doesn't mean it's completely unreliable, but it's less reliable just because these are I can't find corroborations for these, okay? But and who knows if it's real or not, all right? But the point here is, and I didn't do enough research into it to know. But this is an email sent to the FBI, okay, from someone named Gene James, and it's highlighting that there may be connections with the UK elites, like a lot of connections with UK elites and American elites in this sex pedophile ring, okay? Lord McAlpine denies involvement. Pedophiles and Satanists pervade the world of politics, royal banking, corporations, and media, and is just as rife in the UK Labour and Liberal Democratic Party as in the Conservative Party, and among the Democrat and Republican elite in the United States. Now, thank you, Tiago. Again, I am cautious. There has in the UK before been like these conspiracy theories about pedophilic Satanist cults and things like that. So, and they haven't been true. So I don't know much about this. I have not, Louise, seen much evidence about boys. I think I saw maybe one or two. Okay, so okay, it's all been boys, girls, as far as I can tell. So we have this stuff. Tony Blair is reported to have blocked the exposure of famous names in law, business, and politics, including some of his own cabinet, during the police investigation into pedophile internet act known as Operation Or, which came out of the FBI investigation in the United States called Operation Avalanche. Neither convicted any of and didn't convict any of the big fish as usual. The figures in the operation were enormous: 7,000 suspects, 4,000 homes searched, 3,000 arrests, 1,800 charged. Okay. One, okay, sorry, 451 convictions, 493 cautioned, 140 children removed from suspected dangerous situations, but no major names in the pedophile infested elite levels of society. Okay. So again, all right. And there's a lot more here. Uh, there's a lot more here about people in the UK. I cannot verify a lot of it. And a lot of it, I think, appears more like conspiratorial pre Epstein stuff, but I don't know enough. Um, okay. We should review the Times Pizza is mentioned. Hey, Renette Fraud, if you can if the context to see if it is BS, that's fair. Renette Fraud. I haven't seen that one. Oh, you mean the them actually asking for pizzas and stuff? I read about that. I might actually get to that, Renette Frog. I do have some thoughts on it. Okay, so there's that. So guys, I know I'm letting my inner socialist out here, but what does Karl Marx say about how there's like the international capital ends up working together? And like, yeah, international capital and the elites transatlantically have been working together. Um, yeah, okay, that's fair, Mithril. That's fair. Okay, because I don't see any. I haven't seen any evidence of Satanism in any, like, they in any of this crap. Okay, so anyway, but yes, okay, so all right, this is this I thought was interesting. Absolutely, guys. Like, remember, the elites all over the world have very close connections to each other, right? Hello, Dolly Boy. Welcome. All right. This one I thought was super interesting. I have noticed as going through these files that Jeffrey Epstein doesn't really have any set views, or at least it's unclear what his views are on things. Okay. There you go, Meowsword. I'm going to explain what I mean. He is a mastermind manipulator, all right? And I noticed it very quickly because okay. Okay. He's a mastermind manipulator and in some documents, he tells people he has certain beliefs about things, and then in other documents, he says the opposite. And it's very obvious that he changes his opinion based off who he's talking to because he's a master manipulator. So in this document, he's talking to a professor named Harry Fish, who's a monster and who is deeply featured in all of these documents, who is a biologist from Rutgers University in New Jersey, and has written a lot about sex, sexuality, transgenderism, and stuff in the animal, um, uh, uh, an animal, like the animal world. Okay. Um, Fox Emblem, he's definitely a master manipulator. Okay. How could you do this? How could you be the locus of all these people of power if you're not good at manipulating people and getting away with it and things like that? And yeah, he is a master manipulator. If you read the documents, you'll see he like changes what he does all the time and stuff like that. And yeah, he's definitely part of international capital. That's for sure. But he clearly is at the locus of a lot of these things because he is so good at handling all of it and manipulating people. He just happens to be a skilled person at doing it. Okay, but anyway, so this is he is basically saying the following. This is what Jeffrey Epstein says. Okay. We should pay attention to the many men whose lives are about to get significantly worse under Trump. Okay. Um, Immigrant men, gay men, black men at risk of police violence, men who rely on the Affordable Care Act for their health insurance, men who reject traditional masculinity, and even the men and women who voted Trump to victory, white people who traded racial resentment for the kind of progressive change that would have improved their lives too. They surely think feminism has nothing to offer them compared with a promise to restore them to their former position of unearned power. They are about to see how wrong they are. So, in this, like, guys, if you just read this file, he is basically like he wants feminism. Okay? He wants feminism. He cares about gay people, he cares about black people. Like he cares about all these things. He doesn't give a shit, guys. Come on. He doesn't give a shit. But the guy he's talking to is a person who cares about those things. if you read other documents, he treats women like chattel. He doesn't care about feminism. He actually he goes on to basically say here, literally in the next file, in a different file, he talks about how like he wants women. He thinks the women in certain places are more beautiful than other places, and they're much more fun to manipulate and do horrible things to. Okay, and then on this page here, this the guy, the professor who he was talking to, okay, the professor who he was talking to actually uh, it brags about how he is making tons of money off talking about these things, even though he doesn't really believe in them. So basically, this professor doesn't really care about feminism and or anything else. He's just going in front of large audiences who are paying to see him and making thousands of dollars off doing it. All right. And then behind the scenes here, he's like, "Oh, I'm making so much money off of this shit." Okay? Yeah, he's a fake feminist. All right. So, okay. So I just thought that was super interesting, like the manipulation, the people these a lot of these folks were literally just profiting off of lying and like manipulating people who are actually suffering. And then Jeffrey Epstein would change his tune depending on who he was talking to in order to connect with people more. All right. All right. Very okay. All right. He's even bragging, I will make over $3,000 on this presentation. And then he goes on to say that the fact that he's giving this presentation in the UK will result, I quote, an immediate internet wave, especially in the UK, with coverage in all the major newspapers and so on. So he's trying to do something really controversial to get a bunch of media attention. In the UK. So that's literally okay. So this shit is planned, right? And I know that makes sense. All right. I just all right. Here we have another document that I saw, and to be clear, I have yeah, Meowzord, exactly. I'm going to cover that Meowzord, that document that talks about returning to tribalism. Yeah, like he doesn't care about the world, and but he knows who he's talking to. He knows. I don't even know what he believes. He knows that Peter Thiel wants to see that shit, okay? He also, when he was talking to Noam Chomsky, he talks about, like, the international elite and how great socialism is and things like that. Who knows what the man believes? He doesn't believe anything. He's just a locus for connections between all these international capital figures, okay? Okay. So, I previously did not actually I never really bought into this. I thought it was funny to laugh about it. Okay. I okay. This quote here from Eric Epstein to his I'm sorry, Jeffrey Epstein, Mark Epstein, okay, where he says, ask him if Putin has photos of Trump blowing. Absolutely. Viva la socialismo. Absolutely, Fran. Okay. Um, where he asks if Putin has photos of Trump blowing Bubba. Okay. I got to tell you, I don't think he's being serious, okay? And I know I've joked about this before. I've never really thought this actually happened, but like these are two brothers. Again, let's look at text, context, subtext. These are two brothers talking to each other, and like brothers joke with each other and shit. And this came out in 2018, which was during the Russia hoax stuff, that the quote unquote Russia hoax stuff, all right, where there were a lot of accusations against Trump, there being blackmail about him from Russia and things like that. And so I think this is a joke from Eric Epstein, basically like, haha, well, we should ask Putin if he has any photos of Trump blowing Bubba. Okay. I don't really it's possible it's real, but it reads to me more like a joke between two brothers where he's kind of making fun of the media frenzy around these folks. Okay, so that's just an interesting thing. Okay, all right. So it's just something interesting. I don't. This is, I guess, a lighter one because I don't think this really is that. I don't think there's evidence of this. I think it's cute and I think it's kind of funny and I love making fun of it, but it doesn't, in the context of the document, it's not that believable to me. Um, the only thing I could think, yeah, that's possible, Meowsor. Yeah, like it's, but based off, but you're right, Meowsor, but based off just, if this is like the only document where we see any mention of this, and it's just one line between two brothers. Now, if there were more evidence, yeah, that's possible, Meowsord. Okay. Yeah, RL, there is that stuff, right? There is that stuff too, but this comment about Bill Clinton in the context of these documents. Yeah, Meowsord, okay? So, it's just something to think about. But the other time too, Meowsord, clearly there are other documents that seem to indicate that there are videos of Trump engaged in sex acts. So I'm not sure how why they would need an image of Trump doing something with Bill Clinton. Unless because there's plenty of other images and stuff out there apparently of these things. Regardless, I think it's low probability that this is a actually like this is a thing. This is just two brothers talking to each other. Again, I don't know for certain, but just my history brain is like, it can't be certain. Okay. All right. Here we have another disgusting file. Because my guys, like you, I just want you guys to know this is not going to get any better. Um, there's not gonna get better, the things I'm telling you about, okay? Uh, here we have a complaint, all right? So this was someone who reported this to the FBI in 2016. This was around the time where a bunch of new stuff was coming out about Epstein, okay? All right. And this is what it says, the complaint details. Okay. Um, someone called an attorney to a Jane Doe. By the way, if someone hired an attorney before they called the FBI, that is a sign that increases the likelihood of it being true because that costs money. It costs money to hire an attorney, and unless you're willing to go full in and like you really don't like a person because you may have been a victim, it increases the likelihood that if an attorney is the one doing the calling. Okay. Um, so this attorney called the public access line to report the sexual exploitation and rape. I can't use that word. Assault. That's okay, Mithril. Assault of a minor child of 13 years of age by Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Blank stated that his client um, was enticed by Sinbaddy. I don't really want to deal with this today, Sinbaddy. Okay. I don't want to people be I am not JQing Simbadi, and please don't be JQing here in chat. I've read a lot of Nazi documents, Simbadi. I know what you're implying, okay? And I didn't agree with letting you release the other thing you said because of the implications of it. Yes, Sinbadi, there is Jewish supremacy in these documents, okay? I am more concerned, Simbadi, about this international capitalist pedophile ring amongst tons of elites who are absolutely in control of everything. And okay, then ban Sinbadi. I don't want ban Sinbadi in here. Can someone ban Sinbadi? If there's a swastika, um, if there's a guy with a swastika and Mr. Sinbadi's here, okay, I'll do it. I got it. Oh, you're right. You're right. I only just saw that. Okay, gone. All right. Jesus. Oh my God. Okay, and guys, I got to tell you, like, this is so super bad for Jewish people. All this stuff, you can already tell, it's going to feed into anti-Semitic tropes. Um, it's like, okay, all right. Anyway, these people are just monsters. Let's put it that way. Okay, it's hilarious that they were a lot of them. Some of them were Jewish supremacists, and yet what they're doing is like horrible for Jewish people. In terms of now that it's been revealed, it is going to make people generalize. It's going to appear to reinforce anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, even though it's not true. Okay. Anyway, I think okay, good. I did hide Simbadi. All right. Yeah, we don't need to get it. We don't need to be doing. Um, okay, we don't need to do JQing shit in here. Okay. All right. DGFDS. LOL. That dude had Elon as a Nazi. Forgive me, Jay. Who do you mean? All right. Okay. Yeah, guys. Fox Emblem's not wrong. You know, there was I forget who it was. Some famous lefty said that um, anti-Semitism is the foolish man's uh, socialism. Okay, it's where you blame an ethnic minority for what the elites are doing to you. Okay, yeah, a lot of these folks were Jewish. Okay, and they were doing Jewish supremacy. I'm not going to lie to you about that. Does that mean that the Jews are in the No, it doesn't. Okay, it doesn't. And a lot of the people involved, tons of the elites involved in this were not Jewish. So, okay. Anyway, I'm tired. I'm tired, bro. I'm tired. Okay. Hello, Alyssa. And got you guys, and I want to point out, I know that the people in here, the reason I would be a lot more cautious about talking about these things if I wasn't in this community, because I know you, all of you know that. I know all of you know that. But when people come in here who don't know that or are just anyway, okay. Oh, Meowzord. There's Qatari influence, Saudi influence. We've seen that in these documents, okay? But no one talks about that. Okay, moving on. So going on here. His client, Jane Doe, was enticed across state lines to visit with Epstein and Trump, okay? And Trump to perform sexual acts on both adult men at special parties hosted by Epstein. Doe was told that this was to further her modeling career and something that she had to do. During the summer of 1994, after her seventh oh my God. After her seventh grade school year ended, Doe took a 3-day bus trip from her father's home in the Midwest under the pretense that she would be visiting her grandmother. Doe traveled instead to New York City, New York, in order to start a modeling career. Doe was initially turned down and asked to return with a portfolio at a later time. While waiting for her bus home, Doe was approached by blank and asked to attend a party hosted by Epstein so that Doe could meet important people and that would help her break into her modeling career. She was paid around $500 for her attendance. During the first party, she was asked to strip down to her underwear. Okay. Um, she was asked to massage a genital that I'm not going to repeat of Epstein's guest, Donald J. Trump. So, okay. She was asked basically, guys, to okay, massage Donald J. Trump's genitalia and then also do things with her mouth to him. I don't want to go too much into it. And with another girl. During the fourth visit, Doe was assaulted, I'll put it that way, by Trump. I can't say the rest of it. I'm sorry. But there is suffice to say she was assaulted by Donald Trump and she was struck by both of the men during the assault. She was then threatened with violence by both of the men and told not to make any report of what happened. Will make you disappear like blank. And this is where I say, guys, there seems to be corroboration that there may be people who were killed. Okay. Will make you disappear like blank. And Doe was not paid for that party. All right. All right. So, okay. So, tons more other stuff here. Yeah, Meowzord. Okay. So I don't have much else to say about that, but okay. So Donald Trump very clearly, and guys, again, this one seems have a higher likelihood of being true just because there was an attorney involved and things like that. Okay. So Donald Trump almost certainly engaged in that. And there also one thing you see in here, and this was true in slavery too. Okay. J. Christine, where is the corroboration? J. Christine, the corroboration comes from several other documents which also talk about people being killed, other victims reporting the threats of being killed, and other reports of bodies being buried elsewhere and stuff. Does that mean it's true? No, but there's lots of evidence out there. At least there's a lot of other documents that claim similar things. Okay. All right. Let me take a bite of this. Okay. I see people out there talking about Elon Musk. Let me just quickly check what you guys are talking about. Aha. Fantastic. So Paris prosecutors raided X offices and summoned Musk as a global crackdown on Grok intensified. I see. So it's French uh French people are I mean French police are raiding his stuff. Yeah. Okay. So it's not like the FBI doing it. Of course not. Okay. So the French are probably going after him for Grok or whatever. Okay. Um all right. Okay. Jay Christine, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, Jay Christine, have you even been watching the stream? Because I said clearly this was not Jewish people. Okay, it is in fact international capital though, and they're not Jewish. A lot of them are not Jewish. Okay, okay, like a lot of the folks on this are not Jewish. Um, okay, all right. So going on here. So that's good. This poor girl and Donald Trump definitely and deeply involved. Okay, here we have another file. Okay, here we have another file. I don't know, JDH. I don't know if Jake. I don't know if Jay Christine is an anti-Semite. I don't think so. Jay Christine appears to be implying that we are anti-Semites. I'm not sure. Okay, I like. Okay, this is what I'm saying, guys. This is bad for people. So here we got. This is from Jeffrey Epstein to. Apparently, now, guys, I don't know if I fully buy this. It is possible. So there's thought that this is J.K. Rowling. So basically, there appears to be, it's possible this is J.K. Rowling. He wanted a ticket to a showing of, um, he used, okay, what's the term? He wanted a ticket to a showing of a Harry Potter play, okay? And he was communicating with this person whose name is redacted, who uses the sign off JX, which is also the sign off that JK Rowling uses. And it says here that this person says, I would be a very happy woman, basically, if you attended the showing of this Harry Potter show thing. And it's uh, very possible that this is JK Rowling. This is not enough evidence. Yeah, agreed, Richard P. But that's pretty good evidence. I mean, but it's not perfect. And this was before a lot of the other allegations came out against him. So, okay. So, just you know, are we surprised that J.K. Rowling might be involved in this? Now, again, just to be specific here, this doesn't show that she's involved with any sort of pedophilia, okay, any sort of violating of children, okay? It could be that she's just linked in. Again, guys, I'm being conservative in my conclusions just for the sake of the documents. This doesn't mean anything apart from they were communicating and they had some kind of connection. There is no evidence that she engaged in anything illegal, but yeah, it looks like he was in contact with her. And J.K. Rowling definitely is at this point part of the international elite, and I think we all need to know that. We all understand that. Okay. Um, okay, correct, Richard P. Very few people here are going to be punished. It's sick. All right. But definitely, I think the UK should open an investigation into that person. Um, is that so, Big Braden? I didn't know that. J.K. Rowling said that Lolita is a beautiful love story. That is so disgusting. Okay. Now, here's some other weird shit, guys. There's a lot of crap in this file about Jeffrey Epstein's supposed is yeah, that's fair. That's a good point, Victoria. Okay. Um that's that's fair, Victoria. But again, though, we don't like it is possible that she knew he was a scumbag. But we don't have evidence that she did anything wrong. I didn't see much evidence apart from that. Correct. Correct, Louise. There's a lot of connections in here that are not actual abusers, right? We don't know that for sure. Okay. Okay, that's fair, Doug. But again, if there is an invitation to dinner from rallying, that still doesn't mean that she is abusing anyone. I'm just saying, guys, I'm not trying to protect her. I'm just saying this does show a connection. It doesn't necessarily mean she engaged in abuse. We need more evidence of that. Next thing here. There's a lot of really gross stuff here about, or weird stuff about Jeffrey Epstein's apparent unaliving of himself. I can't believe I have to, god damn these platforms. This one I thought was very weird. This was a conversation between some, I guess, two officers who were investigating what happened inside the prison cell, the jail cell where Jeffrey Epstein died. So, can I ask you a question? Yeah. So, I see that piece of stuff hanging there in the corner there. That is not what they brought me and called the ligature. So, ligature being what you use to strangle someone, okay, or someone to be strangled to death. Um, when this correction officer pulled Jeffrey Epstein out to start CPR, did something remain around his neck? And the guy responds, he doesn't recall. He thinks he took it. Oh, took it off. He was not 100% sure. Everything happened in the moment in time. One of the questions we were going to ask you is who provided you with that noose? Okay. Well, I'm asking because in the photo you showed me a piece of stuff hanging. You showed me a piece of stuff hanging, and you tell me that the correction officer pulled and ripped. So there was this piece of fabric hanging from the ceiling, guys, and that the officer that first went in there said that he had to tear what was around Jeffrey Epstein's neck to remove it. Okay. The thing that they gave me isn't ripped at all, like it would be ripped off of something. It's ripped to create the strip, but it's not ripped off. So, well, what it looks like to me is that it's too tidy. And if you tell me that somebody tore him off of the corner, like when you look at that thing they showed me, it was never clear to me how that suspended him from anything. Okay. It was never clear to me. Okay. All right. I could see him putting the looped part around his neck, but I can't see how this suspended him from anything. Mr. replies, okay. And they mentioned they told the OIG that when they spoke with you, and you needed information from the correctional officer who found Jeffrey Epstein before you could make the determination on the cause of death. And instead of waiting on that information, you actually moved forward and made a determination anyway as suicide. Mrs. So what I did was we attempted to get the information from the correctional officer, and I wanted to go and see the cell. They wouldn't allow that. I wanted to see some film footage. I was allowed to do that. So what I ideally would have liked to know was how was he hanging? And was this thing that they gave me the actual ligature? So I still don't think we really know that, or at least I'm not as convinced as I would like to be. But that was what I sort of was he fully hanging? Where was he hanging? That kind of stuff. So, okay. So there's so many problems with this. Like you have to understand too, this is a reliable document. You know why? Because in it, the coroner is basically confessing to not doing her job fully. Okay? So this is clearly meant to be a private document. She basically says, "Yeah, he I wasn't fully convinced, but I said he had committed suicide, although I would have liked to see more evidence first." Oh, okay. And basically saying here that she doesn't fully buy the story because they wouldn't let her into the prison cell, and no one can seem to tell her where he was hanging, and the ligature isn't ripped like they said it would have been, and she doesn't think it could have held anyone up anyway. You see what I mean? So, okay. It's just like I'm like becoming conspiracy brained here. I mean, it's not really conspiracy when there's evidence. Okay. Here we have okay, I wanted to show you guys this document. And guys, I know, forgive me, I know I'm going through a lot of different documents here. Um, I know, shocking, right, Big Braden? Okay. Love that, right? No, it's almost comical, guys. It's like, it's almost comical how insane all this stuff is, right? Like, it's like a writer couldn't come up with this shit. Oh, absolutely, guys. I'm not it's like a real conspiracy. It's very obvious that they're okay. And based off what we're reading in the files with how Epstein was manipulative and things like that, it's very, okay. Yeah, big brain, but then more evidence came out. Okay, so this file here I thought was super interesting. And it just kind of there's not much point to this file apart from to show you how disgusting Jeffrey Epstein was, okay? And how cruel he was. So apparently one of the models, these girls, these victims, uh who is no longer under his control, wanted someone to write her a letter of recommendation to get into a French school. All right. She asked Jeffrey Epstein to write her an essay. So we can, I guess, ignore the fact that she isn't writing the essay herself and she's having Jeffrey Epstein do it. She then received the essay from Jeffrey Epstein and submitted it to the university and without reading what he had written first. Okay. Which as a teacher makes me cringe, but okay. Okay. I'm not victim blaming. I'm just saying, okay. Yes, Sarah, dear God. And apparently, it doesn't say what he said in the essay, but this is what she says when she realizes that she just submitted an essay that she didn't check from Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey, you are crazy to put this on my essay. I'm fucked. I haven't paid attention to what you wrote in the end this morning. I'm thinking it remained the same, and I sent it to the university. They will never accept me now. It's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened in my life. What do I do now? I'm about to cry. Now I understand why they won't reply to me. My reputation is ruined for life. So, uh, okay. Clearly, he said something very dirty or horrific in her essay. Just kind of threw it in there at the end. And I would like to see. Oh, you know what? Here it is. You know what? I didn't see this before. No, I did see it. I just forgot to tell you guys. This is what he added to the end of her essay. This is the last sentence he put in her essay. I will also learn to give pleasure to men so I am able to support my studies. So he literally just added that at the end of her essay in a place where someone is least likely to look, essentially. Just, why not? Why not? Didn't tell her he added that there. Like, he's on is that not like a power trip thing? Like, just a power trip just to screw up this woman. Yeah, oh my God, don't even get me started, Lon. These guys, don't be like Jeffrey Epstein. Capitalize your eyes, okay? Capitalize your eyes, all right? It's okay if you don't. On here, I don't care. I'm just saying, like, he also is really bad at writing, and it's just really annoying to read his shit, okay? So, and you can tell the parts he wrote because he doesn't capitalize correctly. All right. Just really gross shit. What else we got here? Now, okay, guys, I'm going to post this in chat. I cannot play it on stream, but I'm going to post it in chat. I can play it on stream, but I don't really want to. So I'll post it here, okay? So this is a video from the Epstein files. No, there's nothing, everything is fuzzed out, okay? But it is like a horror film. I'm just going to show you the beginning. It's like a real life horror film with like how it is shot. Make us do your dirty work. No. I've already watched it, Mouser, but like I don't want to force anyone to sit through it. It's 37 minutes long. And so I'll show you a part of it here. So like it starts off, it's kind of a low quality video, but like it's creepy. It's like a found footage horror film that was in the files. And like, so it starts off showing images of the island, like someone took really bad images of the island. Yeah, like it looks like 28 or The Ring or some shit, like the video from The Ring. Here's some images of Jeffrey Epstein's island, not very well rendered. You can see it struggling on the screen. And it just jumps around. Yeah, the low quality definitely makes it scarier. Okay. It might be Drusilla. I think it is. And, like, it's just creepy. And then, is that true, G-Man? Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I don't know, Macy. So I did not. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you, Gisela. I did not hear any screaming and crying. But I'm not sure if I had the sound on. Okay. But just I'm gonna go forward a little bit here. So it's a bunch of video of the island, like them touring the island, looking at the island. You can hear Ghislaine Maxwell, like I think someone laughing and shit here in a bit, and then randomly in the middle of it. Okay. I got you, a bright love. I got you. I got you, a bright love. No problem, a bright love. I don't blame you at all. Glad to see you here, bright love. I'm glad. Please take a break. Okay, let me get to the middle part. I can't show. I'm gonna pause it here because I can't really show you what this is because it's all blanked out. But there's apparently some sort of insanity happening now. Okay. And I don't want to show it to you, but and again, it's just like in the middle of it, there's this random footage all this random footage that's, blotted out, and then images of a helicopter. Okay. All right. So, really weird stuff, like a horror movie. Okay. So, like, we're living in hell on earth, guys. We're living in hell on earth. G-man, right? That's funny. Okay. Um, let's go on here. This is just a side note. I know that this seems kind of irrelevant, but someone made this point on Reddit, and I actually agree. Yeah, Captain Homer, it's like the human zoo. Yeah, I got you. Okay. So this is I want to point out that in these files, there's tons of talking about the use of private jets. Now, I know this is kind of a side thing, but like we don't talk about too how like one of the biggest contributors to global warming are the wealthy using private jets. And it's thought that Epstein had about 10,000 hours of airtime in a private jet, which is a ton of CO2. So it's just something kind of interesting that, on the side of this, all these people flying around, Jeffrey Epstein picking up people, all of this stuff is further bringing us to the point of climate catastrophe on top of the, pedophilia and shit. So something else to remember there. These people are killing the entire human species, not only assaulting children. They are really I'm not gonna Fed post. I'm not gonna Fed post. But really, we ought to do something about this, okay? Like, it would be a lot easier if, like, these things were happening to us directly, because then maybe we'd be more inclined to react. Okay. Anyway, thank you, G-Man. Thank you very much. All right. Another thing here is that there are a bunch of files in here about FBI agents attempting to investigate parts of the files and being met with gunfire. All right. No problem, Dolly Boy. Okay, thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you for going through all this. Yeah, Dolly Boy, I'm very stressed, but it's okay. I really should give myself a break. Tomorrow's a day off. Maybe I'll just take that day off because, dear God, I've gone way too deep in this. Um, yeah, G-man. Okay, here we have basically the FBI talking about how they okay, they were investigating some of these child ring accusations in Mexico, and we had 4 armed agents against us. My partner has shot um, and killed 2 and wounded 5 American agents to date. So sometimes when they were trying to investigate these things, the FBI would be met with gunfire by armed who knows who. Okay. And they would be white Americans, by the way. It wouldn't be people that appeared from their eyes Mexican who would be shooting at them to protect some of these places they were going to investigate. Like, and apparently, um, yeah. So you may want to question the ex-US ambassador to Mexico. So they basically, my point here is that there are apparently like gun battles going on between, like, it's weird between the FBI and people trying to protect the evidence and trying to stop the evidence from being revealed. And I this appears to be um pretty reliable because it's from a FBI department website and things like that. But dear God, it's like a goddamn spy movie, like, but well, a horror movie. Here we bring up Jeffrey Epstein, who was banned from Xbox Live. Now, why do we care about Jeffrey Epstein being banned from Xbox Live? Well, because he was very good friends with Bill Gates, and it appears as though Bill Gates banned him from Xbox Live because Bill Gates caught a venereal disease from a one of the girls that Jeffrey Epstein gave him. And Jeffrey Epstein got mad because Bill Gates requested that Jeffrey Epstein send him antibiotics to slip to his wife so that if he had given his wife this venereal disease, she wouldn't know about it. Like, okay, I'm not joking, guys. I'm not joking. And he was mad about this. So, because and Jeffrey Epstein was like, no, I don't think I'm going to do that. And Bill Gates apparently got mad about this and canceled the Xbox Live account of Jeffrey Epstein. So that is uh, what are we doing? Yeah, what are we doing? Um okay. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, exactly, hippers. Like, what the hell? Oh my god. All right. Uh, I just thought this was a funny quote. Okay, but bye, Louise. Um, I just thought this was a creepy quote. One of Donald Trump's closest, this is from Jeffrey Epstein to Noam Chomsky, by the way, to Noam Chomsky. God help. Okay, the us. Um, One of Donald's closest people said that, remember, he has written 3 books, which makes him one of the few people in the world that has written more books than he has read. That's kind of funny. I gotta tell you, that's kind of funny. Now, I will say, this was after Donald Trump apparently disconnected himself from Epstein. He could be saying this to get revenge at Donald Trump. So you have to put it in the context that this might be a revenge statement, but still, we all believe it, right? We all believe that Trump hasn't read any books and he's a fool. Okay. So I would not be surprised at all if that were true. Last thing I wanted to show you before we move on, because guys, I don't know if I can do much more of this, to be honest. Is, for today, okay, I might need to take a break from doing this for today, but one thing I wanted to show you was this, okay? This was an email sent from someone named Terry Kafka, who I haven't looked up the name of, to Jeffrey Edwards, um, and, it basically says the following. It says, "Go to this photo." Exactly, Doug, okay? Go to this photo. Now, I think you can guess why he wanted Jeffrey Epstein to see this photo, or Jeffrey whoever it is, okay? Uh, so let's see what the photo is that he's directing them to, and then you can all be disgusted with me. This is the photo. It is a photo of a 5-year-old giving birth to a child, because this is Lena Medina, the youngest woman to ever give birth. It's just a photo of a 5-year-old who just gave birth, and he's just telling Jeffrey Epstein, "Hey, look at this photo." Um, that's really, really weird. That's really creepy and really disturbing. Okay. Yeah, Victoria, like, I don't even know. Yeah, yeah, Drizel, most of them were ghost writers, probably, not all of them. So, okay. That's it. That's the last image I wanted to show you for today. Let's move on to something else, okay, guys? Yep, Malzord 100%. And guys, I have like hundreds of these things lined up to show you. We're gonna go through it a little bit at a time because I can't, for all of your sake and for my sake. There's only so much of it I can take. And I think a lot of you probably, for the sake of your mental health, shouldn't have to sit through all of it. All right. So you know what? We'll just do this last one because this one is easy. This is an easy one. Okay. This is just a email. It's blank. There's no photo here. There was a photo here, but it's gone. It basically the subject. It's from Jeffrey Epstein, and we don't know who it's to. And there is the subject line is Moroccan for sale, and there had been a photo here which was removed. So okay, Moroccan for sale. Good, good. That I'm sure. All right. Dear God. Okay. All right, guys. Let me put my face up here for a second. All right. So, guys, let me look up some other news here. I did see G-Man say that the United States just shot down Iranian drones. Let me take a look at that. Okay. And yeah, so guys, like, we're living in the worst timeland, right? We're living in the absolute worst timeland one can imagine. All right. So let's take a look here. Okay. Yep. The U.S. military shot down an Iranian drone approaching USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea. Yeah. Well. Okay. So that is. We'll see if that escalates. It might not, because it was shot down and stuff. And this is actually pretty common. The United States often shoots down Iranian drones in the Iranian Sea. But we'll see if Trump uses that as an excuse to go to war with Iran, which would, of course, also be, which would also possibly be a good distraction from the Epstein files if he were to use this as an excuse to go to war. So I would not be 100% surprised if he did do that. Okay, I would not be 100% surprised at all if he did do that. Oh, this is interesting. Um, okay, let me see what else is going on here, guys. What else did you say here? 100 samples sent for testing. Copy. I just noticed how few people are watching over on YouTube. I probably scared everyone away. That's hilarious. Okay. Okay, let's see. This is thank you for sending this, Doug. 1,000 samples sent for testing after
Nothing
possible
like a day in the
biological
job to
lab.
remind you how
Jesus
quickly
Christ.
life can change.
What's that sound?
Get out of there.
What's this crap? Local and federal investigators in Las Vegas are actively working to determine what substances were found inside a home described as a possible biological lab with over 1,000 samples. Jesus Christ, sent for testing, authorities said. Officials searched the scene on Saturday morning, with investigators saying they are currently uncertain exactly what was found. According to sources, the investigation began as a code violation call. When authorities began to suspect that illegal medical type biological research materials might have been stored at the property, the Joint Terrorism Task Force took over the investigation. Dear God. In the garage, investigators found multiple refrigerators with vials of unknown liquids, including liquids in gallon sized containers, a centrifuge, and other laboratory equipments. Oof. Oh my God. Okay. Well, let's hope that this doesn't turn into something. They found another biolab in California. Jesus Christ. What is going on? What the hell is going on? Oh. Okay. So there's a lot of news happening apparently. That's the okay. You know what? Let me try here. You say Meowser, there was one found in California. It's going to be a long. Geez, I might have to stream tomorrow with everything going on. Biolab in California. That's fascinating. Oh, interesting. So the lab that was just found is linked to the same individual who was operating an illegal lab that was found in 2022 or 2023 in 2022. That lab was linked to the Chinese-owned companies Prestige Biotech and Universal Meditech and contained thousands of vials of pathogens. Jesus Christ. Okay. What the hell is going on? Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to need to look more into this. That's insane. All right. So, all right, let me quickly see here. I'm going to quickly find to see if I can find a feed regarding the shooting down of that thing there. Of the shooting down of the drone, just because I would not be surprised if Trump uses as an excuse to go to war against Iran or start bombing the hell out of them because he wants to distract from the Epstein files, which I'm sure you can all see why after everything we just read. Yeah, or to be a super spreader, right? Drone. 1 second, guys. Drone. Iran. Oops. Okay, looks like 1 second. Huh, okay. So there, I don't see much yet. Well, guess we'll find out. I will say though, apparently there was an explosion. It could, but we don't know yet. Let me show you this, guys, real fast. Yeah, you made Sam speeches. Let me. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm not talking much, but let me show you. There was a few 4 hours ago. This could just be a normal fire, guys, but apparently in one of Iran's biggest markets, there was a massive fire, and it's unclear what caused it. Still, um, it's unclear what caused it. And then a few minutes ago, Iran then sent a drone, which I don't know if these are connected. It's possible, though, that they're responding to maybe a bombing America did. We don't know yet. Was it? It happened yesterday, Meowsword? Okay, then never mind. Because this says 4 hours ago. So that must have been a gas leak. And then, okay, we'll keep an eye on this. I'm not sure what the heck is happening there, okay? All right, you guys. Okay, so what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to go use the restroom. Forgive me. I'll be right back. We'll get into other stuff other than the Epstein stuff. So please, oh, I know, Cody. They are liars. Okay, I just wanted to see the footage of it. So give me a second, folks. I promise when we get back, we'll get away from the Epstein files for a bit. We'll talk about other things, and I'll be right back. Give me a second, okay? Right, Fetty Spaghetti. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. I got a little bit of lunch too, so I'm gonna be eating that lunch while I'm sitting here. God, I'm fully ready for the rest of the stream. And look, I even put on the jester hat. Maybe we can reverse the mood a little bit. Maybe we can reverse the mood a little bit, okay? Okay? Yay. Hmm. All right, what do we got here? What do we got here, guys? We got Walls is live in regards to what though? I'll check him out, but I doubt he's probably not talking about anything interesting, I would guess. But let me see. Walls live. Okay, address the ice surge. Hmm. Eh, okay. I'm not gonna look into it too much. It doesn't look that interesting to me. But thank you though, Doug, for the that. Okay. All right, guys. So a Pixar. Oh my God, you're right. He does look like a Pixar dad. That is so true. That is so true. All right, guys. So let's see here. We got some other things we can talk about. Thought you said I don't know. Uh, we are going to let me take a look at what we got here. We got some other things we could react to, et cetera, and do. We again, guys. I just want to really emphasize. Um, I just want to emphasize here the state of the country we're living in. It's kind of dark. It's kind of dark. Have we noticed? It's kind of dark. We got a cabal of pedophiles running everything. They're murdering. The authorities are murdering us in the streets. Our cities are being occupied by our own military in some cases. All right, right. There's giant camps where people are being thrown in. Some of them are American citizens. It came out yesterday, by the way, that Donald J. Trump is it was asking Republicans to nationalize the elections in multiple states, as in the federal government should come in and monitor the elections and make sure they are fair, which is basically code for make sure they have the outcomes that we want. We have a okay. The world is on the edge of climate catastrophe. Yay! If we weren't already. And what else, guys? Are there other horrors we can talk about? Oh yes, Donald Trump threatening other countries all the time. We might go to war with Iran. Yay. Okay. Yay, yay, yay. Oh, almost. Absolutely a mad scene. Thank you, a mad scene, for the donation there. Like we have a problem. We have a problem. Okay. I don't blame you, Drizella. I'm getting to that point too. I get it. So we got a big problem here. Okay, we got a big problem here. Meanwhile, the rest of us have to toil and spend most of our lives working for another company and barely have any time off, no health care, or very limited, not very good health care, let's put it that way. Okay. So, and then we only get to enjoy life when we after we retire, which for many of us will be when we're already very sick and old, which will limit the amount. Okay, you get my point. Uh, we got some problems. All right. So, something else here I wanted to talk about here. Some good news I discovered in London. Hello, Madscene, UK is within the legal limit for air pollution for the first time in 200 years. Oh, that's very nice. Okay. That's very cool. Madscene. All right. Sarah F. I'm willing to bet that ICE will be present at polling places. Absolutely. I would not be surprised either. It'll be under the auspice of stopping illegal immigrants from voting. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be. I don't blame you, gluteal myalgia. I mean, I get it, gluteal myalgia. And okay. So Zentirement, right? Okay. I will say I don't mean to like be down about all these things, but you know, there is hope out there, right? We can still act. There's been a lot more people radicalized by these events. You know, it's one of the there's a great game called Disco Elysium. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. Yes, I'm quoting a video game because it's a work of art and it's really good. And it's basically a Marxist video game. I highly recommend everyone play it. It's really good. But sort of the conclusion of the game is you have to understand as long as there's oppression going on, and as long as there's a capitalist class exploiting all of us, destroying us, and things like that, there is always going to be a chance of revolution and reform. As long as people are being oppressed, there's always hope for change because people won't take it for long. I know that's kind of dark, but that there is always an open door when there's oppression. Okay. I would love that in Mad Scene. Okay. Always an open door when there's oppression. to radical reform. And a lot of times historically it is big brain. It is the most left-wing game you've ever played. A lot of times you can't really see it coming. It just kind of happens, okay? So, to be clear, thank you, Matt Saigai. There is hope still. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it doesn't necessarily have to seem like it before it happens. All right? Okay. Okay. So, all right, you guys, what do we got to do? Let's do something. Yes, pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Absolutely. We can definitely change things, right? All right. So guys, let me pull up something here for us to look at and react to, etc. We are serious about, yeah, that is true. We need more organization, that's for sure. Okay, let's get back to the fun stuff, folks. Fascism. Yay. Cabal of pedophiles. Ooh. Oh God! Oh, I'm happy. I'm happy and I'm excited. All right. Okay. All right. So let's see what we got here.
I have my own hotline.
I don't know. That's too dark. Do I really want to watch that right now? Well, God, that's everything I have pulled up here is dark and depressing. Let's do this one. Okay, let's do this one. This one, I just want to do something briefly different.
You're not a conservative. You're not
different.
MAGA.
That, might be a positive, I guess. Kind of is a positive, I guess. So, it's kind of a palate cleanser, but it's also serious, okay? And here it is. Here it is. By the way, keep an eye out on the news, guys. If anyone sees like something horrific happen, like America decides to bomb Iran or something, let me know, because it could happen at any moment. Hello, Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you for joining us in the chat. That's disgusting. Not a big fan of yours, Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. Not a big fan of yours, okay? Oh, my goodness. Yeah. All right, let's watch.
Right away.
So this is called, by the way, this is from More Perfect Union. 60,000 Trump voters just elected a socialist. I'm not joking. That's what the title is. I have not watched it. But we'll see what it is, okay? Dear God, help us all. By the way, folks, if you like the content, spread love, not hate. If you like the content, folks, you can become a member for as little as 99 cents a month over on YouTube, in which case you'll get access to member-only emojis and a cute little jester hat next to your name. If you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe using Amazon Prime and send me some of Jeff Bezos' money for free, and then you no longer have to see ads. It's a great thing. I love it. You can also, in the lower right-hand corner here of the screen, we have here, you see this? I'm pointing at it with the red end of my scepter. You can send me Buy Me a Coffee. If you send me $5 or more on Buy Me a Coffee, I will send you a personalized video response where I will be a 30-second video response where I'm like, hey, thanks for the $5. And then I'll probably say something mean because I can't help myself. All right. So you can also do that, which will count towards our total today. If we get to, you know what? We're not going to have any goals today, I'm going to say. But I might do a Jester After Dark later if I'm up for it because I'm sleep deprived, etc. So if I'm up for it, I will do a Jester After Dark later. Okay, but please send, if you would like to, please do send bits, send super chats and stuff. I highly appreciate it. Helps keep me doing this full time, etc. Okay, and also if you know anyone who'd be interested in my stream, please tell them. Let's get more people in here, etc., etc., etc. Okay, everyone ready? So let's watch this. This is 60,000 Trump voters just elected a socialist, and we asked them why.
They call me a communist. They call me a socialist. Like, you're not a conservative. You're not MAGA.
That's what people say. You cannot be that. Time out. You cannot be MAGA and Mamdani. Why not? Why can't you be? To me, it's the most natural thing in the world.
When Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, met with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, it wasn't supposed to go well.
President has been
look,
to him as a
I got...
But then
these are cabbage rolls, right? These are cabbage rolls. Look at these cabbage rolls. I'm having leftover cabbage rolls, which are quite delicious.
The better he does, the happier I am. We're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true.
People started looking at me like I was a fortune teller, like I had somehow told the future, and I started believing it.
Something strange is happening in New York City. A new group of voters is emerging, and they're quietly challenging our most basic assumptions about politics.
What box would you put me in? I wouldn't say really any box at this point.
In 2024, New York shifted to the right, more than it had in decades. Just a year later, the city swung back to the left, electing its first ever socialist mayor.
Yeah.
But here's where it gets weird.
By the way, he's been doing some great things over there in New York. We need to talk about it sometime because there is some positive news in that we have I almost said Jeffrey Epstein, Zohran Mamdani out there doing some great work over there. I will also say this. It is unfortunate because there are already like AI generated images that claim to be from the Epstein files that try to make Mamdani out to be in the Epstein files. He's not. So be careful because there's a lot of AI stuff out there that people are making to try and link him to the files too, which is predictable given that he's a left-wing socialist, okay?
Some of the same voters were part of both waves.
I agree,
A
Matsine,
lot of
actually.
my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that.
If politics is all about which team you're on, this kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
I mean, did you see the guy who has the MAGA from Mamdani hat?
So who are these voters? What are they after? Are they just outliers? Or are they a preview of whatever comes next?
Yeah, Matt's Saigon.
I'm just trying to figure out what's up with these highly weird election results. How you doing? What's up, man? You got thoughts on these too?
Yeah, gluteomyalgia, and that's not true. She's not.
Let's talk Trump and
Mamdani.
who the fuck is that?
Finding Trump to Mamdani voters was never going to be easy.
You got thoughts on Trump and Mamdani?
According to exit polls, about 1 in 10 Trump voters in New York also voted for Mamdani,
Hi guys.
which may not sound like a lot, but in politics, those kind of margins can swing elections.
Quick question, I got 5 minutes. 1 in 10 New Yorkers who went for Trump also voted for Mamdani. Like, how do you make sense of that?
I have no idea. I definitely did not. It does not make sense.
Time out. So basically, you're a hypocrite at that point. Like, I mean,
Now, okay, I've said this before, guys. There's something to be said about the reason people voted for Trump is because they believe that Trump was anti-establishment. Okay, and it's not true. It's not a true idea, but I actually can understand why some people might have voted for Mamdani who were also Trump voters. You also saw the same thing, by the way, with Bernie Sanders. A lot of people who had previously voted for Bernie Sanders ended up voting for Donald Trump because they're looking to vote for people who they view as anti-establishment who are going to change things, right? But it's a lie, right? It's a lie when it comes to the right wing. But that's the presentation they give of themselves, right? Matt Saigai, Nigel Farage is anti-establishment. Yeah, Matt Saigai, he presents himself that way. And okay, of course he isn't, but all right.
if you did, there's something that you got to screw loose.
So when I go, MAGA for Mamdani makes me cry. My friend who's a Republican goes, that's the line I like. MAGA for Mamdani makes me cry.
Ron Barba is an actor, a stock trader, and the unelected leader of MAGA for Mamdani.
I think a lot of people, right from the jump, they look at MAGA for Mamdani and it's confusing.
That was the most beautiful thing. When I showed up at the rally, is to see the faces.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
Boom, a home run right from the get-go.
We had someone come to our Forest Hills rally with a hat that said MAGA Mamdani.
Different news outlets asking me questions about it.
Right? Okay. Now, guys, Mauser just pointed this out, and I was thinking the same thing, but I'm glad I'm not the first one. We all know what M for M means, right? For all the LGBTQ people out there, what does M for M mean? What does M for M mean? Okay. We all know, right, what M for M means when it comes to the LGBTQ community, right? Anyway, so it is it means man for man, right? So it's just kind of funny. Clearly he's not a gay man, but also it's hilarious how we don't I'm sorry, not man for man, mask for mask, okay? Which we just talked about yesterday. I don't know why I said man for man. The idea of like a masculine man for another masculine man. It's a gay term, all right? So that's kind of funny to me.
Literally, that's one of those moments where I was like, is this AI or not? Because you never know these days, but he's real, right? Yeah, yes. This is real.
People taking pictures with me immediately, and people started commenting, this guy's sick, this guy can't be MAGA, what am I looking at?
Hello, Retro Asher. By the way, Retro Asher,
I don't know why.
I love your the things you made, the little figurines. They looked amazing. The painting.
It was natural to me. That is where you could go do the psychological
That's cool,
analysis of me.
It's easy to dismiss Ron as an outlier. And in a way, he is. Most Trump to Mamdani voters live in working-class immigrant communities across the city. And many belong to a group that the Democratic Party has been losing for years.
What's up, brother?
Young men.
I was not born here. I was from Sri Lanka. I just became a citizen. So.
Hey, congratulations. If
Yeah,
you
I'm
were
from-
a citizen, would you have voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you voted for Mamdani?
Yeah, Mamdani. Yeah,
True, Fetty.
obviously.
What's up with that? Help us understand that.
I mean, they both want the same thing, affordability.
Affordability.
Oh my God! Well, guy, remember the propaganda thing we watched yesterday? I know, Matt Saga. I know. You know the propaganda thing we watched yesterday? Glittering generalities. What the fuck does that mean? I want affordability. That is the dumbest. Okay, that is so stupid. So stupid. Like, well, they both want affordability. Why? Because they said they want affordability? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What, like, are you that in? Okay. Hilarious to me.
Everybody's talking about it. And in New York, it's impossible to ignore.
New York is expensive as fuck. Let's start with that.
My rent right now is like $4,000 for a 3-bedroom.
$4,000 for a 3-bedroom?
Everything's going up. The food's going up. Rich people get rich and poor people get poor.
What's it like raising a family when that's so expensive?
Exhausting.
When I was a teenager, I really bought into this American dream.
Jesus.
That small house, family, white picket fence. And the older I got, the more I realized that that was the reality of the 1950s and 60s, not necessarily anymore.
Christian Spariosu has lived his whole life in a rent-stabilized apartment in Queens. His dad's a cab driver, mom's a house cleaner, and he makes $20 an hour working at his local gym. Christian's politics are complicated.
During the 2016 election, I was super pro-Trump. I would watch like all his
outer
speeches
signal.
on TV.
The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people.
Even though I couldn't vote, I was super fond of him. Trump was the best. He's gonna like change America for
Because he was a teenager, probably, right?
the better. This economy is gonna work for everyone.
And we will take back this country for you.
It's like, it's honestly, a lot of people who like Trump, they remind me of teenagers. They really do. After teaching teenagers for many years, a lot of them act like teenagers, have the same emotional intelligence as teenagers. I don't mean to be an asshole here, but it's true. I've noticed that. And there's a reason why so many teenagers especially love Donald Trump. Like a lot of, especially teenage boys. Okay.
And we will make America great again.
When I went to college, I was the president of the Senior College Republicans for a few years. We did a lot of stuff with Turning Point USA. Yeah, so this one I got when I got invited to go to CPAC in the beginning of 2020. I got to see the president speak. I got to meet many folks such as Charlie Kirk. And
In your
he's
group,
someone
sure.
Who really
Why not?
got me into politics because, yeah, like freedom. It was just a phenomenal time. And during that time in CPAC, every year they have a certain theme.
Let's talk about socialism.
Whoa! There we go.
Like socialism is evil, and I really bought into this. I'm like, this is like the worst thing ever.
Oh my God, look, I think I see Weird Amorphous Blob. I think one of these people is Weird Amorphous Blob, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Oh, look, there's Fetty Spaghetti. Oh my God, look, there's Dolly Boy. Oh my God, Big Braden. Oh my God, look, all these socialists.
Like some of these countries, like Sweden, for instance, Scandinavia. Like I thought like they weren't doing so well. When I got to study abroad in Japan for my last year of college, that opened my eyes to how not every country is like America.
Well, that's for sure. Hey, I that's for sure. I will say I agree with him there. It is certain the case. It is certainly the case that not every country is like America, folks. Okay. I think we can all agree with us with that, right? Now, I don't think it's the same way that he is thinking, right? I don't think I would say it's the same. It's different in the way he's thinking. But okay, I think hey, that is the biggest fact I have heard so far. Okay.
There was one point
There
in
you go,
Japan I had
Fetty
to go to the
Spaghetti.
hospital for a medical emergency. They have universal health care in which the government pays 70% of the cost, you pay 30% of the cost. It's a done deal. Just out of pocket, I paid somewhere between like 30 to 50 bucks for like a full day. And I got world-class care. I'll never forget. It just goes to show that we're not number one in many ways. When it comes to America first and being for the people, I don't think...
Got some work to do?
Yeah, I think we have plenty of work to do, personally.
Okay. There you go, Big Brain. Hey, I admit it. I admit it. He did acknowledge, he's like, it looks like there's something wrong with us. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, there's something very wrong with us. I really believe, folks, that travel can radicalize people or change their opinions. And it looks like it did for him. Okay. Yeah, in your groove, okay. Exactly, Macon. And that's why I'm like, I keep saying, guys, remember one of the best way to change people's mind is to travel or to grow up around people from all around the world, right? Like, as soon as you start seeing places outside of your little bubble, it can make it a lot easier to change your mind about things. Yeah, exposure is very important. Very, very important.
Christian first crossed paths with Zoran 2 years ago after a heavy storm flooded his kitchen.
So my roof started leaking. For about 3 months, I would ask my landlord, please fix it. He didn't want to do it because...
He's a landlord?
Yeah, he's just a landlord. Kept calling 311, which is like the city hotline for help, and no one ever responded to me.
But then,
Fox Emblem, what do you mean he's lying? What do you mean he's lying? How do you know he's lying? I'm honestly asking, what do you mean he's lying? What is he lying about?
Christian called up Zoran's office.
A couple days later, an inspector actually came, cited a couple safety violations, and because of the fines that the landlord received, he was forced to fix my leak and provide me more heat. Whoa. And that was the first time a politician actually did something for me. I would say when that happened, Zoran, he really earned my respect. He just caught my eye.
Hey,
in general.
Jonas!
He was pulling at like less than 1% when he started running at the beginning of 2024. And during that first Democratic debate, there was a question that was asked.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
Almost every single one of these candidates said,
I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel. My goal would be to take my first trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
Zoran, he was the only candidate that said,
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus.
Oh my God, like that's such an easy win answer. Easy win answer. Why don't you just say, I would stay in New York? Like, easy win. I mean, I think we know why, right? They're probably being bribed by the Israeli lobby, but still. Like, okay.
Focus on that.
And that was the answer that you would think is common sense, but every single one of these candidates said a foreign country, which is just crazy. I admire these folks that go against the grain, and that's part of the appeal of Trump to me initially, how he was considered an outsider.
Right, Macy?
When Trump won in 2024, Zoran broke from the script again, heading to Fordham Road in the Bronx, a neighborhood that had swung hard toward Trump.
And who did you vote for?
Trump.
Trump.
Donald Trump. I voted for Trump.
When I asked those New Yorkers why did they vote for the president, they told me again and again it was cost of living, cost of living, cost of living.
Him freezing the rent for every rent-stabilized tenant, if he can actually do that, that'd be phenomenal. That would help a lot of people, because a lot of people are getting priced out of the story because of the gentrification, and just all over New York. I think economics and affordability, that's what wins elections.
It appealed to you?
Yeah, it appealed to me. Like, I think one of the most conservative things you can do is trying to get people to have a family with no-cost childcare. Like, being able to have a family and afford to have kids, how is that not conservative?
So these guys,
Okay.
Trump and Mamdani, very different
I can see
people,
he's
both
also
talking about
just,
affordability.
he might
How
not
do
be
you
the
tell who
most
means it?
the brightest person in the world. I got to tell you, I don't mean to be an asshole. Okay, but he also probably is not the brightest person in the world. Just because wanting to have kids and shit, it doesn't make you conservative. I don't know. That sounds like real simple-minded stuff. Like, I don't know. Sorry, but it just does.
And who to trust?
I don't know. Superman in the Justice League ain't real, so like, I don't know who the hell gonna help us for real.
Is a lot of politicians, when they get in charge, they try to change it. We just saw that with Trump, right?
I saw very quickly, within like the couple months of his second term in office, how he's not prioritizing the American people. He cares more about bailing out Argentina for however many $1 billion, sending so much foreign aid to Israel. When we have so many homeless people here, people struggling, the economy's not doing good. I'm really hoping Zoran sticks to his promises, because I think a lot of Americans are fed up with the two-party system. It seems to be working for the middle.
Okay, no, I agree. I'm not going to treat him, fox him, like a misled lumpen prole. I don't really care that he was misled. It was so obvious. Okay, but he did ended up voting for Mamdani. It's interesting to see what made him change his mind in that regard.
Millionaire and billionaire class, the top 1%, as opposed to the shrinking middle class and the working class.
Well, okay, that sounds pretty...
On a cold January morning, Zoran Mamdani stood on the steps of City Hall and promised a new chapter for New York City.
This will not be a tale of one city governed only.
A mad scene? I don't think so. It's possible, but overall, you say a mad scene, okay, are they now anti-Trump but still identify as MAGA? Is it possible for the MAGA movement to divest from Trumpism? I don't think so, mad scene. At least let's put it this way. There might be a new movement that forms that's not MAGA after Trump disappears, but it's just like, I would say in general, like a fascist movement is heavily linked to the leader. Now, does like the leader of that movement, which is Trump, now, does that mean that those ideas won't still be there and be a problem after Trump goes? No. And I just suspect it'll be channeled in another bad direction. But I don't think that the MAGA movement specifically can be rechanneled. The vast majority of them are in it for Trump. But okay, but that I could be wrong about that.
By the 1%, it will be a tale of 8.5 million cities, each of them a New Yorker with hopes and fears.
Yep, Fran.
It was an ambitious promise that every New Yorker,
it might be Meowser, literally,
could be an author of that next chapter.
Few of these 8.5 million will fit into neat and easy boxes. Some will be voters who supported President Trump a year before they voted for me.
So now comes the test. Can this coalition of Trump voters, liberals, and socialists actually take on an economic order that's pushed so many...
A big hug back at you, Fran. A big hug back at you.
...to the edge in America's richest city?
Viva la revolution.
And what would it mean for the rest of the country if they did?
As Americans, we can realize it's not Republican versus Democrat. It's more of like a class war, regardless of your...
It's kind of cute. It's kind of cute how he like dips his toe in the Marxist language, right? Of course you can, Victoria. You know, Victoria, you can always make an After Dark comment. This guy's like dipping his toe, slightly dipping his toe in the Marxist language. He's like, well, it kind of looks, guys, it kind of looks like that there might be more of a class war or something than anything else. Like, okay, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. You think we didn't know that? You think that was we didn't know? It's just cute. It's just kind of cute how innocent and naive he is. That he's that apparently he's coming to that realization. Now, it doesn't mean that he actually has. He might just be parroting Mamdani's talking points and not really understand them. But it is kind of cute, isn't it? Okay, it's kind of cute.
Political identity, race, religion, gender, the middle class is shrinking, becoming obsolete. Income inequality is getting larger and larger by the year. People are going to...
By the way, I will say it's not good evidence. We're only interviewing one guy. That's not particularly good evidence of anything. Yeah, there you go, Meowzord, right? It feels like maybe the capitalist billionaires are making us fight one another. Just like, anyway, mask for mask, M for M, M for M. Right? Like, you think, you idiot? How long did it take? Sorry, did it take for you to know that? Victoria, Rama is so hot. I totally have a crush on her and those big, beautiful eyes. Oh, Victoria, I know. She makes me want to be straight, Victoria. I understand. Anyway.
Night, and then say, we're done with this.
For too long in our city, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. Our city hall will change that.
That
Hey, W, I'm going to read what you said aloud, W. Thank you for telling us this. This will help us learn also, W. W says, I can't believe, thank you for the $10 dono. I can't believe I'm about to say it, but I did vote for Trump in 2016, and one reason why was the insane snubbing of Sanders during the convention. For the record, I have not voted that way since. W, as Meowsword says, welcome home, comrade. W, I have said before that one of the groups of people that I think is most to blame for Trump is the Democratic Party. Like they have failed to provide an alternative. And a lot of time, there you go, W. Like, okay, that's fair, W. Like a lot of times, neither side, neither the Republicans or the Democrats have offered much of any kind of change. And people have wanted and desired change. Okay, wanted and desired change. Plus, W, you were only 18. It's not like it's okay. I taught teenagers. I know that your brains, teenage brains aren't fully developed and other things like that. Okay. But I don't blame you. You would be upset with the Democratic Party. Yeah, there's a lot of issues here, and I think it's very complex. And a lot of times we like to oversimplify the reason people vote and things like that. Okay, not to mention all the information out there that is misleading people. But W, I'm so glad you're over here now. Okay, glad to have you on our side, etc. All right, okay. Let's see here. W, I'm a big person that they're wrong. Yeah, it is okay. Yeah, and I really do think Dubois Dubois, that's a great question. Dubois asked Bernie versus Trump. Do you think it would have been another Gore versus Bush, like in terms of close election? I think Dubois that Bernie would have wiped the floor with Trump, but I am biased. I think Bernie would have wiped the floor. I really would have. I do think he would have. I might be biased though. But because if people had an option between two change makers and one of them is competent and is offering really good ideas and the other one is a bumbling fool who just demonizes others, I feel like a lot of people, especially independents, would have gone for Bernie. I don't know for sure. This is just my me doing conjecture, and I do have a slight bias there. Okay. Okay. Why was exactly Lacroix is correct. Jonas says, why was Bernie never given a chance? Because the Democratic Party didn't let him. They sniped him. They didn't like the idea. They didn't like the idea of a democratic socialist or a progressive taking power because they thrive off donors' money who come from capital. So it was the Democratic Party who essentially sniped him. And by the way, Bernie Sanders didn't accept any big donations. He only accepted individual donations, and he was extremely popular. It did extremely well despite not being bribed. That shows you how popular he is, that he was able to do so extremely well in the primaries, even though he wasn't being bribed. Like, amazing, okay? And he was organizing on the ground, okay? Okay. Yes, Dubois, Al Gore did actually win. I think the evidence is overwhelming that Al Gore did win the election. Unfortunately, there's a lot of shit that happened, okay? Okay. All right.
Or we're going to need to send a lot more young men to Tokyo.
Japan had changed me many.
So guys, a few things here. We got a few people that just came in here. I'm going to make something clear again for like the 8,000th time in the last few days, okay? So Reddith says, welcome home, but just don't question why AIPAC has so much power. No, Reddith, we do question it. AIPAC has a ton of power over American politicians. That's not the same as JQing, by the way. That is just a fact. It's a foreign government that has a great amount of power over our politicians. The fact that you are conflating that with JQing is kind of concerning to me. That you would say that means you're JQing. No one has said that. And it makes me think that's what you want us to think, is that it's JQing, which is interesting to me. But no, obviously not. Israel is not the same as Judaism. AIPAC is not the same as Judaism. There's a difference there. For those, JDH, you're asking what is JQ? Thank you, Reddith. Okay. The JQing means Jewish questioning. where you imply that the Jews are controlling everything. It's an old Nazi thing, where you'd be like, oh, the biggest political question is what to do about the Jews because the Jews are controlling everything. Okay. All right. Nope, absolutely not. Trump, that is not a JQing. But it's weird though that you keep talking about JQing Trump landslide 24. Like, why are you coming in here just to say that retired Mossad agent Iran Ben Mashen called the Jeffrey Island operation a what? A Mossad operation? Yeah, that is not JQing. But why are you coming in here asking if that's JQing? You know it's not JQing. Unless you are specifically trying to say that this is something. You see what I mean? Okay.
Ways, because if I didn't go there, I don't know how I would be politically. I don't know where I would be in my life. I've always thought like money would buy happiness and all this stuff. And then I realized there's more to life, and how in a country like Japan or some of the Scandinavian countries, they don't have to worry about bills as much. They don't have to worry about medical debt. I got to see this social safety net, and I wish folks could go there and see firsthand and then come back and call me a communist.
Okay, that was interesting. So, okay, we got a few questions here. I know that was weird that they're using Auld Lang Syne. It was because of you, Dolly Boy. They knew that you'd be watching. Okay. Okay. So we got here, guys. All right. All right. You see here, Carl. Hello, Carl. It's international capital operation, not a Mossad operation, guys. Be serious. No, yeah, absolutely. It is. It's international capital. It is the international class of capitalists who apparently have transatlantic ties. Now, it's mainly American capitalists and the wealthy and the elites. But yeah, okay. Now, might Mossad be involved? Yeah, I'm sure it might be. That doesn't mean this whole thing is and yeah, he may have, Jeffrey Epstein may have had links to Mossad or to the Israeli government. But again, that is a government apparatus. You know what? I don't even know why I keep having to explain this over and over again. I'm just falling for it. I should just stop for now. Okay. Okay. So here we got some other stuff. What else do we got? You know what? Let's look at so that's interesting. I do think that there is some chance. Correct, Weird Amorphous Blob. And it should be noted, guys, that, Israel is a puppet, as an American puppet. They are like, they are the tail of American empire that is used by America. Okay, so anyway, so moving on here. Some things to watch, to look at. What else we got here? Ooh, that looks cool, Paleo Dog. Are you here, Paleo Dog? Let's see. So, you know what? We'll watch this. This is from Outer Signal. Okay. This is from Outer Signal. This looks like it might be kind of a palate cleanser. I'm not sure, but it does look like a palate cleanser. So we'll see what this is. I've never heard of this show. Is this a show, Outer Signal? My Husband's Not Gay. Okay. Is this true? Are these? Yes, these are. Okay. There you go, Carl. I know, right? Okay. Paleontology Dog. Okay, Paleontology. We'll watch yours right after this, Paleontology Dog. That looked really good. But these are from Discord, I'm seeing. So, guys, if you join our Discord, which is linked at the top it's a parody of a real Mormon show. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's actually fair, Jonas. That's actually fair. Although we are kind of using them because we have military bases there. Regardless, watch clips of the Mormon show first. Okay. All right. So the other guys, what was I going to say here? Oh, yes. So apparently this is based off of a show, a Mormon show that's called My Husband's Not Gay.
Which door do I leave?
And so apparently, I don't know. I've never seen it. Okay. Is really sad. Oh my God. That is sad, Outer Signal. Okay, let's watch.
SSA friends and I are gonna go play basketball. Today, some of my SSA friends and I are gonna go play basketball. I don't play basketball because it's fun or because I like sports. I play it to have non-sexual bonding time with my SSA friends and also hang out with hot strangers. Hey guys, mind if we join? We'll be shirts, you be skins?
Sure. Yeah, that works. No problem.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Everyone's always really nice to me.
Hey, what's up, guys?
I'd be nice to him too. I'll tell you what.
What up, bro? It's good, Jesse. See you, bro.
Good to see you, man.
Really, Outer Signal? That's horrific. They actually have a show about this. Okay.
We got enough for a full game. We're skins. Come on, bro. You gotta put your jersey on, man. Oh, I think I'm.
Come on, man. How will you know which team you're on?
They're really cool. Like, actually, how do you know these guys?
From church.
Oh, okay. Shalom.
Sometimes
Oh
when
my
our husbands
God.
are playing
Yes, there are, Jonas. There are some black Mormons.
basketball, we like to check them out, along with any other eye candy. I just think of their poor wives or girlfriends. They must see every other woman as a threat. We are so lucky we don't have to worry about that.
Right, Fetty?
1 to 4, what's your danger score right now?
I'd say 2.5.
No, it's way higher than that. You're at least a 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 6.
It only goes to 4.
Oh my God.
Hey, girls. We're just cheering for our husbands against these losers. Oh my God, your husbands are hot. No, it's the other ones. The ones that are attracted to men.
The ones that are attracted to men.
No, I've never dated a gay guy before. I didn't know women did that on purpose.
Oh!
Mind if I join?
Who's there?
She's really cute, huh?
Yeah, she's very toned, and that's a cute outfit.
Oh my God, this is so funny.
Ask her out. Didn't know if you wanted to like go get a coffee sometime.
Oh my God, I
Oh my God, he's so gay.
would love that. I'm always saying I need more gay friends.
Oh, no, I'm not gay. I'm just attracted to men.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there's not many black Mormons. There have been some that have actually been converted in Africa. There's been some Africans converted. So there's actually been a few Africans who have moved to the United States to live in Mormon communities. And then there are some. And then for a long time, by the way, black folks were considered dark-skinned, according to Mormons, because they were, quote unquote, punished by God. So that's good, right? Very, very nice religion there. No, this is a parody, Dolly Boy, but apparently the show is real, like is very much like this.
I'm so sorry. My gaydar is flawless.
Maybe next time start off by telling the girl that you would never cheat on her with another woman.
Yeah, it made me feel better.
So how was the view?
You tell us.
But seriously, they were really hot.
Hot as shit.
Yeah, my basement is flooded. I really should get back to my wife.
At first in our marriage, it was really awkward to talk about these things, but...
It was frustrating, so I finally just told him, take a good look.
So I did.
Yeah,
and
Jonas, they
then
were.
I was like, you know what? Not as good as they thought. Only advice for you.
Right.
Great.
This is actually, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I need to go watch the show. This looks funny. Okay. I feel bad for these guys, but it looks funny. I feel bad though, because all of these guys, none of these guys look bad anyway. All right. Regardless. So as in like the fact that they're like, oh, look, these guys are so attractive. Hey, buddy, you're fine. You're all attractive. You're fine. Okay. I mean, everyone like every guy's attractive. Let's put it that way. Okay. Anyway, so let's go here. Yep, absolutely. It's really gross. It's really gross in that scene how they do this. So let me quickly. So this was sent to us by Paleontology Dog, and it looks like a history bit. And I think we need to do a brief little history bit here because God knows I need to stop thinking about the Epstein files. So we'll go to this. I am told to go to 40 to 47. Okay. It's about Roanoke, the lost colony of Roanoke. For those who don't know, on here we go, 40. I love Minuteman, by the way. Highly recommend people watch Minuteman. Okay, here we go. So I was told to go to this part. So Roanoke, guys, is an island off the eastern coast of the United States. Oh, shut up, Matt Sagai. How dare you? Jonas and I'm sorry, Jonas. God, I don't know why I said that. Roanoke is an island off the eastern coast of the United States. There was an English settlement there that disappeared. I think I've talked about it before. To this day, we're not 100% sure where it went. There's evidence. There's more and more. You're right. You're right, HM. It's like the straight acting men's club. There are a lot of there's a lot more evidence coming out. We found some artifacts and things like that. I need to look into more recent research, but we're still not 100% sure. There are definitely some big likelihoods of where this colony went, but it's like one of these Atlantis kind of things where people are like, where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? All right. So let's see what he has to say here. Even though Atlantis probably didn't really exist as we think of it. But anyway, this is America's Atlantis, the lost colony of Roanoke. I was told to go to the last few minutes. Here we go.
Where is this? What number are you trying to reach? I don't know.
Wow.
Here we go.
That wine has some magic power, doesn't it? That can make me tell a story like nobody's business. What the hell, we'll have another little splash. Well, you could definitely argue that...
By the way, he's a drunk. I love it. He's always drinking on stream. I mean, on his videos. I really like him. He's great. You should watch his stuff.
My story has a bit of a glass half full flair, a glass half full of wine flair. The purpose, again, is not to posit exactly what happened. Understanding the truth behind the Roanoke mystery is important, but something I think is even more important is understanding why we even view it as a mystery in the first place. See, the true story of Roanoke took place almost 500 years ago, so it's been handed down over and over like a game of broken telephone. And even though we have an abundance of evidence and very well-supported theories, it's still talked about like it's America's Atlantis. Now, something that's kind of interesting is that this tone of the supernatural mystery is actually fairly recent for this story. Scott Dawson,
it's definitely
the
not
archaeologist we spoke about earlier,
definitely not
the excavation at Croatoan,
supernatural.
noted that this sort of mysterious idea came from a marketing campaign for tourism in the Outer Banks from the 1930s. They framed it as some big unsolved mystery, and the reputation stuck. And so the reason that we view Roanoke as a big mystery is simply because that's the way we were told to
Absolutely,
think about
Dolly Boy.
So
he is very
why
cute.
It that the evidence and well-supported theories have done little to change our general perception of this event? I think part of it is that it's just such a catchy ghost story that people don't really care whether or not it's true. See man-door, hand-hook, car door. It's been boiled down to such a trivial anecdote that it exists with the likes of Bigfoot and Roswell. A mystery simply for the sake of being a mystery. But I think that there's another, much more deep-seated reason that
Here's the thing, guys. Now, I haven't looked up recent research on this, but there are like 3 or so theories. Like 2 of them, I mean, all of them have evidence to support them. It's not a mystery. It's one of these three theories, and I'm pretty sure there's been more evidence that's come out that support one of the theories as being very, very likely. So like, we know that nothing magical happened or anything special. It's definitely one of these things, okay? Historians quibble about it, but it's not a big mystery anymore, okay?
We've been slow to accept this potential outcome with the integration of the Croatoan, because it just doesn't align with what we expect to be true or believe to be possible. The colonization of the New World is marred with horror stories of raids, death marches, and genocides. And it can be really easy to analyze these complex events and the parties involved through a black and white lens. The natives were either brutal savages motivated by bloodlust and white man scalps, or helpless victims living in a utopian state at harmony with the universe. In kind,
Not true. By the way,
sent to do the dirty work of the empire.
Hey guys, I'm going to say something dark here, but I want to be clear. I'm just telling you the reality, okay? I don't often talk about these things, but yeah, the natives, a lot of these native groups were, and again, to be clear, I don't often talk about these things because there are a lot of right-wingers out there that think this excuses the colonization. It does not excuse the colonization and the murder of Native Americans, okay? We've even had people come into this stream and say this stuff to try and excuse it. I am not excusing it, but I'm telling you the reality. These Native Americans were not good for the environment. Like, literally, we tend to think that they were harmonious with nature. They had a much, I guess, more sustainable contract with nature, but they also weren't good for the environment. You know, they would do mass burns where they would burn down entire forests to try and like scare out the livestock, all the animals, and then hunt them. Native American. Let me show you an image, guys. Let me show you an image here of Native Plains Indians. Okay, I am using the word Indians because this is the name of the photo of Indians. Buffalo or bison. Okay. here, if I can find the image here, they would do this thing where they would take tons of buffalo and they would literally run them off of a mountain or okay, so you see this? They would they would take a whole bunch of buffalo and they would frighten the entire herd and make them jump off of a cliff to kill the entire herd. And they would do that and then they would collect the body parts of the buffalo. Sometimes they wouldn't be able to take all the buffalo because it's a lot of buffalo, and they ended up causing the extinction, partially causing the extinction. My point is here, guys, is we do have this idea that the natives were like all in harmony with nature. They were human beings. They were not totally in harmony with nature. They did a lot of damage to the environment. It pales in comparison to the amount of destruction of mass immigration to the United States and mass colonizations. Okay, exactly, Jonas. I don't really, and I will say, I'm not the violence that was done by the natives against colonists. I'm all for that. Go ahead, do that, right? I'm not gonna the scalping and stuff. More power to you. You need to resist. It is also true though that a lot of these native groups were killing each other a lot of the time. Like they were fighting with each other a lot, sometimes pretty brutally. A lot of times, different native groups would actually kidnap people from other tribes and then force them to join their tribe because of population problems. So, okay, why would they want to many dead at once? They would try to preserve them. They would oftentimes preserve as many as they could. But it would just help get them through the winter and stuff. It's just because it was easy, Madsy. You just scare them off a cliff. You don't have to hunt them individually, and you can then you're basically fed for the entire winter. You see what I mean? So I don't. He's right in that we have this either black and white view of the natives. I will say, and we shouldn't do that. They're human beings, all right? Or like we could even talk about how like the Aztecs or other native groups did human sacrifices and things like that. Now, here's the deal. Okay. Now, this doesn't apply to all groups, or even, for example, real fast, Native Americans from the Northwestern United States engaged in slavery. They just did. Now, I am generalizing. Not all native groups did these things. I will say this. We should have a nuanced view of native groups. We should understand them in their entirety. We do not have to have a nuanced view of colonialism. And they are separate. It is one thing to be like, yeah, these groups, they were more harmonious with nature. They also didn't do some violence, and they killed a lot of animals and destroyed a lot of the environment. So we can have sort of a balanced view of that, a full view. It is quite different to be like, well, then that excuses colonialism. No, you do not have to have a balanced view of colonialism. Like I don't care. They were Victoria. Like I don't in Victoria, you're right. They were more sustainable than the Europeans that ended up coming. And that does not mean colonialism is good at all. All right. You can have a black and white view of colonialism. Yeah, it was bad. I have no defense of that. The mass murder and things like that. Okay. But just to be, so he is right about that. I just want to be clear. Okay.
Viewed as either righteous and pure, peacemakers following in the path of God, or senseless purveyors of death motivated by nothing but blind hatred and the desire to destroy. These broad generalizations are easy to fall into because they tell us what we want to hear, but at the same time they do us a huge disservice as we try to understand the bloody and uncomfortable history of colonialism. As Nathaniel Philbrick put it in his seminal text Mayflower, the real-life Indians and English were too smart, too generous, too greedy, too brave, in short, too human, to behave so predictably.
That's true.
Since much of colonial history is talked about through the eyes of empires, it can be easy to assume.
And okay, I will also add, he is right there too. Like the action of colonialism, not even all the colonists, like we can have a more nuanced view of the colonist. We cannot, again, have a nuanced view of the colonialism, the actions taken to remove people from their land, to slaughter people and things like that. But yeah, a lot of the colonists were in some ways victims too. A lot of the colonists sent over to like Georgia were criminals who were forcibly sent there. A lot of them were indentured servants, and a lot of especially a lot of black Africans that were forcibly brought here. Okay, there were people that came here that were trying to flee persecution. Now, Again, none of this excuses murdering and removing Native Americans from their land, though. All right. And we can see, well, let me go back here, outer signal.
Bloody and uncomfortable history of colonialism. As Nathaniel Philbrick put it in his seminal text Mayflower, the real-life Indians and English were too smart, too generous, too greedy, too brave, in short, too human to behave so predictably.
Yeah.
Since much of colonial history is talked about through the eyes of empires, it can be easy to assume that the interests of the empire and its subjects are one and the same. And so with the gift or curse of hindsight, it can leave us with the bleak conclusion, so was it just inevitable? But the evidence that we see at Roanoke is in direct opposition to that conclusion. Here we see evidence of two groups of people who are painted as diametric opposites of one another, who not only coexisted, but potentially integrated with one another. And while I would love to know the exact play-by-play of how this story actually transpired.
Good. Guys, they had a big problem in the colonies with people actually leaving the colonies and going to live with the natives. I mean, would you blame them? There were a lot of colonists who were like, you know what? Looks like a much better life to go live with the natives. I'm leaving. And there were very complex interactions between these groups, right? A lot of times runaway slaves would go hang out with the natives. And they would a lot of times they would eat together. They were mingling together a lot. Natives would come into the colonies to trade, and colonists would go out to the natives to trade. There was a lot of interaction. There wasn't a very clear line between the two in a lot of cases. All right. So anyway.
The last story beat that we know is the departure of Governor White. John White was the leader. He was sort of the representation of the crown, the people's tie to their mission and their empire that gave it. And I think it kind of paints a funny picture because less than 3 years after John White and the crown's representation left, the people of Roanoke seemingly peacefully integrated with the very people whose land they had been sent to colonize. It's kind of like the colonialism version of what happens when the teacher leaves the room. Everyone just lightens up a little bit and it's a lot more fun. Now, I see that look on your face, and I have a hunch you're asking yourself, Milo, I hear what you're saying about individual nuance, but what about the people who did the Empire's bidding? Am I supposed to analyze every one of them when they committed atrocities? No, of course not. I'm not trying to pull some there's good people on both sides bullshit here.
No.
But
This is my point, right?
Individual nuance, even in
He just showed PragerU one of PragerU's Columbus videos. Did you see that? That was the image for one of PragerU's Columbus videos.
In cases is still really important. Not to downplay or garner sympathy for the oppressor, but to remind us that every obedient foot soldier of every authoritarian regime was pretty much exactly like you and I. They weren't just born that way any more than you were. Instead, they were made that way. And so nearly every person who has participated in pretty much every atrocity you can think of probably thought that they were doing the right thing. And if that is a little horrifying to hear, good, it should be. So with that horror that you're feeling, we should look at the systems that are capable of taking someone like you or I and making them like that. And almost always it goes back to the empire. An empire thrives by keeping its people scared. They are given an enemy, they're told that their children and their values are under attack, and it's them that's doing it. The powerful empire, somehow also always the victim, says that we have to do something to them before they do something to us. Crackdowns occur.
That's true.
They, of course, resist, which is painted as an unprovoked attack against the peaceful and well-meaning empire. Then there's reprisals. First, men are killed, then women, and then finally children. And then eventually there's no one left, and the empire declares victory over the savage enemy. It was a shame about all those women and children, they say, but that is the cost of freedom. A woman from the empire stands looking out over this newly conquered land, feeling triumphant as though she's won. Beneath her arm is an urn filled with the ashes of her son. An empire is a machine powered by blood. If it's their blood, it's justice and well-deserved revenge. And if it's your blood,
so true.
It's an
He's so
honorable
good.
Sacrifice.
Outer Signal. I highly recommend everyone sub to Minuteman because he's brilliant. He does a lot of great archaeological and historical breakdowns, mainly archaeology, but he's absolutely brilliant.
A vicious system perfectly calibrated to control its subjects while making them think that they're doing it willingly. The people who drive it forward and enact its whims are, of course, accountable for their own actions. But time and time again, we see that when people are given irrefutable evidence of their empire's indoctrination, cracks can start to show. Now, I know this can be a slow process, believe me, but when you spent your whole life being told that those people are coming for you and your kids, and then you meet one of those people and it's just like a guy.
This is what we always say, isn't it? By the way, Paleontology Grog, great video to send. Paleontology Dog always has great videos. But anyway, like if you interact with people that you're demonizing, it becomes very hard to demonize them, right?
Propaganda doesn't really work that well anymore. By looking at things like the evidence at Roanoke that completely shatter our preconceptions about these groups' ability to coexist, it kind of makes us think, maybe this oppressive cycle isn't an inevitability, and maybe this blood-soaked machine isn't the only way. Perhaps by virtue of us not being monoliths, we actually have a lot more in common, and that our interests are far more aligned with one another than those of any empire. Maybe challenging what we've been taught isn't a sign of weakness, but a sign of defiance against an empire that expects you to believe every word that they say.
Oh, yes. Hello, the Jews sunk the Titanic. Hello and goodbye. Hello and goodbye. You're gone. Forever. Bye.
And maybe, just maybe, a better world is possible when the teacher leaves the room. Oh, my goodness. You got me monologuing again. Well, my friend, can I just tell you that I have had the most wonderful time here this afternoon. I appreciate you letting me sit down here and take up so much of your rest. Like I said, it's always a pleasure to see some new faces on this here mountain so I can tell the same things I've been telling.
Oh, so good. That is so true, guys. Remember I talked about Paulo Freire and his whole idea that there's a cycle of oppression, right? One group oppresses another. That group fights back, becomes the oppressors, and starts oppressing the original group. And you need to, the way to fix this is for mutual acknowledgement of humanity. Everyone needs to just acknowledge that we're humans and break out of the cycle of oppression. Now, it's more complicated than that, but he's right. Maybe if we started acknowledging shared humanity. Now, listen, okay? Before I say what I'm about to say, okay, I'm going to put my face up. I acknowledge, this is another part of acknowledging humanity. I acknowledge that there is a lot of trauma and anger out there towards groups of people who may have, whose ancestors and or the structures that were built by their ancestors are oppressive, okay? For example, like in the United States, there is something called there are people who think that American, let's see here, descendants of colonists should leave the United States or be expelled from the United States, and all the land should be given back to the natives, okay? In South Africa, there are people who believe that all the white South Africans should be removed from South Africa. There are people who believe, and I know this is good, this might upset some of you, who think that all the Jewish Israelis should be removed from Israel. I don't agree with any of that, right? Like, all that this will do, folks, okay, first of all, and now in Israel, right, this is debatable because there are people that are recent arrivals that have formed illegal settlements. I think all those should be gotten rid of, okay? But at some point, someone needs to break this cycle, and we just need to stop where we are, okay? What I mean by that is, like, for example, in the United States, like, we don't want, like, the people that are here, I'm biased, right? I'm not really biased, but yes, I am a white guy. My family came here probably in the 1920s or 30s, okay? Like, I didn't choose to be born here, right? I know this sounds horrible. I didn't choose to be born here. I've lived here. A lot of folks have lived here. It would be kind of cruel to expel me. You see what I mean? Same thing with, like, a lot of white South Africans. Remember how I said before, folks, we don't choose where we're born. A lot of white South Africans, okay, did not choose to be born there, okay? It's not like they are the ones who did the colonizing, all right? Or Israelis. There are a lot of Israelis in Israel who were born there now. And so, like, exactly, Outer Signal. I don't believe in committing ethnic cleansing to stop ethnic cleansing. All that does, guys, is it continues the cycle. It continues the cycle. Because if you do that, you're just going to cause more hatred, anger, despair. Okay? we need at some point to everyone needs to just be like, okay, we're just stopping. We're agreeing to stop. Um, we're gonna keep like give everyone equality and things like that. Let everyone stay where they are. And okay, now it's problematic because obviously, when you like, for example, in the United States, there are still Native Americans are still an oppressed minority, which makes it a lot harder. Okay, makes it a lot harder. Okay, exactly, Jonas. Okay, um, yeah, let them stay. Just give them the same rights or a country. Exactly, Jonas. Right? And like it makes it a lot harder if you're still oppressing people. So first thing we need to do is stop the oppression. Okay, then we should okay, you see what I mean? Okay, Hellfire Lives. Hello, just got online. Did you talk about the shutdown ending? I did. We have not yet. Hellfire Lives. Okay, maybe we'll get to that. Gluteomyalgia. Another person killed by ice. Okay, I'll take a look at that. And guys, it's hard to for talk about that because I'm a white guy. It makes it sound like I'm saying it for my own purpose, but okay. Um let me see here. Again, okay, another ice shooting. Yes, and Jonas, real fast. So Jonas, I agree with you. What we need to do is that Jonas says, my problem is the apartheid. Yeah, there's still oppression going on, right? So we absolutely need to repair that oppression. And as long as that oppression is going on, it's going to open the door for another kind of ethnic cleansing. Like black South Africans are going to be very upset and they're going to want to expel white South Africans. Not all of them do want to do that, by the way. I'm just saying. Like, so yeah, maybe if there are people who are of colonial origin who don't like people talking about them that way, maybe they should work towards ending the oppression. Okay. So, all right. Another ice. Okay, maybe it hasn't been. Has it been not been reported yet? Ice shooting. And if you want an example of this, folks, look what the Nazis did. Okay, CNN's live. Okay, we'll do that. The Nazis targeted the Jews. All right, and then the result of this was a cycle of oppression whereby the Jews, then a lot of Jewish folks who moved to Israel, ended up oppressing another group in an effort to protect themselves from oppression. At least that's how they view it, right? That's how a lot of them view it. So it's a cycle. It's I'm not saying they really are, but okay. I don't see it. I don't see anything from CNN right now. Oh, I guess I probably can't show CNN live. That's the issue. Okay, I'll go to YouTube. Or we can talk about the Hutus and the Tutsis. Okay. Jonas, I love that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Body swap. I get that, right? Because they're still like, okay. Um, if you look at like, okay, let's see here. Lacroix, I know all about decolonization. I am not talking about decolonization as a like system of knowledge and removing colonial systems. I'm talking about there are people out there who advocate for removal of, for example, the ancestors of colonists in the United States, or advocate for the removal of white South Africans, or advocate for the removal of Israelis, for example, okay, that are already there and have lived there for, that have, okay. Now, again, the Israel thing is a bit more complicated, but that's what I'm talking about. I actually have a shirt that says decolonize education, because I believe in decolonization when it comes to ways of thinking, power systems, and things like that, but not when it comes to ethnic cleansing. All right. Okay. So I'm sorry. What am I doing? Yes, I'm trying to find a YouTube feed of this. That's fair, Madsine. it is not like not all of them feel that way, Matsine, but even though some of them may not have been directly impacted by it, a lot that is part of the justification. It's wrong. Yeah, exactly, Sir Bartholomew. Okay, I don't see any guys. I don't see anything about a new shooting here. But maybe
Measure
I'm
will
missing it.
now head to President Trump's desk for signature. The bill
Minneapolis
will
shooting.
extend DHS funding for 2 weeks.
Are we sure
while
that this happened,
lawmakers
guys?
negotiate possible guardrails on Trump's immigration crackdown. Lawmakers in both chambers are still negotiating on immigration enforcement reform and will now have it.
Does anyone have a link? I'm not finding anything anywhere about this. Are we sure that something actually happened? I just want to make sure before I start talking about it that there actually something happened. I can't find anything even in the news. Okay. Yeah, and it's a shared national trauma fear. Okay. Okay. Okay, glutamyalgia. We'll see. You don't think anything happened? Okay, I should check before I immediately say these things. Okay. So anyway, guys, like we just got to be careful, and we need to end these cycles of violence and these cycles of oppression. And yeah, we need to remove these colonial systems of thought, these colonial power structures that disadvantage certain groups at the advantage way of other groups. Okay, in America, especially. Gotcha, Hellfire. All right, so it's just clickbait. Gotcha. Okay, so we okay. I worked with someone that said Africans that complain about colonization are just whining. That is so stupid, Jonas. Like, there's nothing wrong with complaining about like. Let me point this out. There's nothing wrong, with complaining about colonization because colonization has created these structures that are extremely oppressive. I mean, hell, look at South Africa. Look at really a lot of places in Africa. Okay, these very oppressive structures. And so I'm all for decolonization when it is referred to economically, politically, and things like that. I got you, okay? But like the notion of forced removals, I don't think is the way to go. All right. So, okay. Yes, LaCroix, sure. I'll try to add some books about decolonization, LaCroix, in the resources section of our what is it called? Our YouTube of our Discord server. Okay. Yeah, we can cover it on stream, LaCroix. We can gladly do that. All right. And by the way, guys, as a socialist, I can tell you a lot of the issues of colonization go back to capitalism. A lot of them do. Not all of them. Some of them are linked to race, oppression, and things like that. But a lot of it goes back to capitalism. So also, if we were to end capitalist modes of production, that would also be a very beneficial. Okay. Okay. Yeah, body swap. And you're right. So the idea of removal is a bit at odds with a decolonial framework. That's the issue. I can promise you guys that there is a lot of no, it is so okay, this is a great conversation. Let me explain. So let me explain something. So body swap, you're correct, right? I am a decolonialist. I believe in decolonization and things like that. But there are a lot of people who, and I don't even want to say it's a lot. There are some people out there who advocate for decolonization as removal of people who of colonizing peoples or ancestors of colonizing peoples. You know what? I'd even say it's probably a minority. But I do hear them. And when I was in grad school and stuff, we would hear, I would read things by people who believe these things. Okay. And yeah, so yeah, completely agree with decolonization, but there are some people who don't understand what that means. They think that decolonization means removal, not deconstructing an economic and political power structure, okay? For example, in the United States, there are some folks who I have heard people call for maybe all the white people should just leave. All the white folks should just leave and, give it back to the natives. That's what we should do. Okay. So, all right. Anyway, I've actually seen people in marches with signs like that, and I'm like, ugh. And I think it actually does harm to the real decolonial music movement. All right. Let's see here. Awesome. Do you see the current stuff, the Jakarta method? Oh yeah, a mad scene. That's complicated. That's That's colonialism. It's neo-colonial. Okay, that's a good question. So the Jakarta method, the United States overthrowing of foreign governments and things like that. You all are very nerdy. Okay, so you're nitpicking me here, like in a good way. There's neo-colonialism, and then there's like the old-fashioned kind of colonialism, right? Neo-colonialism, yeah, that I would say that like overthrowing foreign regimes and stuff is definitely part of neo-colonialism, and the economic ways we exploit foreign countries, definitely part of economic colonialism. Absolutely, 100%. Okay, definitely part of neo-colonialism. Okay. All right, guys, let me see what else we got here to do. All right. I mean, do you see current foreign policy? What do you mean? What current? Okay, so sometimes I view opinions such as kick out colonize as a haggling and over demand. Yeah, but that's the thing, Macy. It comes from trauma and things like that. Like I get it. I get where it's coming from. There's a lot of anger in these communities. Okay, a lot of anger in these communities. Okay, all right. So I get where that comes from. Mad Scene, this is complicated, right? There's no good answer here, Mad Scene. There's not really a good answer here because a lot of times neocolonialism plays into imperialism. Maybe we'll talk about it sometime, okay? It's imperialism and it's neocolonialism. A lot of times colonial, for example, Israel is a colonial state that is also part of America's imperial sphere. So it has an imperialist purpose for America and it's a colonial state. You see what I mean? All right. Yep, Doug. Oh, really? Okay, so French prosecutors raided ex-offices because of child abuse images. Oh, that's okay, guys. Maybe I shouldn't have gone into this topic. I should have prepared some slides for it. Okay. French prosecutors raided ex-offices because of child abuse images. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Probably because Elon was doing that shit. Okay, Elon was definitely doing that shit. Okay, let me see what else we got here, guys. Let me see what we got here in the Discord. Ooh, that looks good. Okay, but Drizzle, okay. Thank you for saying that, Drizzle. Maybe we'll look at that tomorrow. The images from some more stuff from the Epstein files, I guess you could say. All right. Let me see what else we got here. Okay, let me find something over here. Reactions. Okay, where's my reactions thing here? Reactions, because I'm not talking much, am I? I need to talk more. All right, let's go here. Okay, where is this? There we go.
We've hit
All
a
right,
point
so
where two groups
let's watch this. So this is a short little thing here I saw. And I think it'd be interesting to watch. It's called The Tolerance
We've hit a point where two groups of people.
And I know this has been talked about a lot, the idea of the tolerance paradox. How much should you tolerate? How much do you Jonas, do you believe corporate leaders that exploit third world countries are motivated by racism? That's a really hard question. I think it's both, Jonas. I think the racism justifies the exploitation in a lot of ways, but no, ultimately it's about wealth extraction. And I do think corporate leaders can somewhat mentally justify these things or structurally justify these things through racism. Now, I've talked about cultural materialism before, how like ideologies come out of the economic system. So yeah, it's a very racism is a lovely ideology for being able to exploit people economically, because you can just convince themselves, well, they're savages, they're inferior, we can exploit them, right? But I do think it's a combination. I think it's a combination. Okay. So let's watch this. the tolerance paradox, guys, is a paradox regarding the how tolerant can we be of people who are intolerant, right? And I don't have a good answer for this because this is complicated. I don't know. Okay, but I wanted to see what she has to say. Someone sent this to me. Okay.
People can watch the exact same video.
Okay.
We've hit a point where two groups of people
Generally, I would say Nazis bad though. Okay.
can watch the exact same video of a woman being killed and walk away with completely opposite stories about what happened. What struck me about the Renee Good killing wasn't just the brutality of the act itself. It was the official response and then the comment sections afterward.
Everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves.
People aligned with the current regime looked at the same footage and saw obvious self-defense, obvious necessity. People outside that orbit saw an obvious execution by the state. And that's not normal political disagreement. That's not like I like higher
Right, not right. Mad scene deeply escalating things.
taxes and you like lower taxes. That's a fracture in what counts as empirical reality, what counts
Agreed,
as
TJ.
a fact. Historically, that kind of
Hello,
split
TJ.
shows up in pretty dark places. So you can think of the stab in the back myth in
Oh
Weimar
God.
Germany.
So I don't even want to show
where
this image. I don't know if I don't even know if I want to talk. God damn it. Sorry. Given all the talk about Judaism today. All right. The Dolchstoßlegende is a German phrase. It means stab in the back. It was a myth concocted after World War I, especially by the upper echelons of the German military as a scapegoat for why they lost the war. They said we lost the war because the Jewish people and the communists and the liberals stabbed us in the back during the war. And that became a very popular myth, basically claiming that the Jews had been responsible for the loss of Germany during World War I. It is complete bullshit. As a matter of fact, there was a survey done called the Judenzahl, where they some far right wingers trying to prove that the Jews had stabbed Germany in the back did a big survey, and they actually found out that per capita, Jewish Germans served more per capita on the front lines against Germany's enemies and actually got more medals for bravery per person than Christian Germans did. You know what they did with the results of that survey, the Judenzahl? They buried it, and they kept saying that the Jews were responsible. So it's complete bullshit. The Dolchstoßlegende, it's one of the reasons why Hitler got so popular, because he played off this idea that it was Jews responsible for Germany's defeat in World War I. Okay.
Chunk of the population insisted that Germany hadn't really lost World War I. It had been betrayed from within. Or the lost cause narrative after the U.S. Civil War, where an entire region retold slavery as benign and the Confederacy as noble against mountains of evidence. And in each case, the point wasn't just we disagree on policy, it was we
Jonas, good question. How did they try to justify it? They must have pointed at some individuals or groups. Yeah, absolutely, Jonas. So okay, let me explain. So in Germany at the time, right, first of all, they were blaming communists too and socialists because there was a attempted communist revolution in Germany called the Spartacus Uprising. That sort of, and there was lots of left-wing and liberal activity behind the lines in Germany attempting to overthrow the king of Germany, and rightly so. A lot of people were starving, and they were waging an unwinnable war where a lot of people were dying. And they were sick of it, so a lot of people within Germany were mobilizing to try and end the regime and end the war. And they blamed those people for it, saying that they're the reasons why we lost, which is not true. It was the military that lost the war. It was the government that lost the war because they shouldn't have gone to war to begin with. They were undersupplied, underprepared, and the military made some big mistakes. Regardless, that's who they blamed. They blamed the left, claimed that that movement to end the monarchy and create a democracy was the reason they lost, and they pointed at a lot of Jewish Germans. Now, there were less than 1% of the German population was Jewish, by the way, and yeah, there was some Jewish folks in powerful, wealthy positions. Like, one of the biggest grocery stores in Germany was controlled by a Jewish family and things like that. And so it was pretty easy to point at Jewish folks because it was a lot of people in Germany were being oppressed by the capitalist owners. And there were some Jewish folks who were capitalist owners, so they simply pointed the finger at the Jews and said it's the Jews rather than saying it's like the capital owners, and it's the communist and it's the socialist. Okay. Um, and you should also point out, guys, this sounds simplistic. I don't mean to oversimplify here. If you're going to try and demonize people in a country that's pretty homogeneous, like Germany at the time, basically everyone was looked the same. Okay, I'm exaggerating, right? They were basically all white, right? You see what I mean? Like if you're going to try and scapegoat, you got to find reasons to scapegoat, right? So they went after any minority they could find, any group that was like they could figure out some way to demonize them, since everyone was basically the same. And so the groups they came up with were gypsies, who were kind of outcast, Jewish folks because they weren't Christians, gay people because they're kind of odd and on the fringes of society, right? Like every fascist society has to come up with its own form of scapegoating. And it just happened to be that Jewish folks were there. You see what I mean? Okay. So you always got to come up with some kind of excuse for these things, right? And I want to point out that in Germany, yeah, the intellectually disabled, okay. Yes, Jonas, because yes, he was. The Kaiser was betrayed by the Navy and various leaders because they were losing. They were absolutely losing. Exactly, Jonas. Exactly. Why the fuck didn't they blame them? Because, Jonas, were conservative parts of society, and the right wing loves the military. So instead of blaming the Navy, they blamed the left-wingers, of which a lot of left-wingers did try to prompt rebellion against the Kaiser. But you have to understand, the war was already lost. It was not the fault of the revolutionaries that they had lost the war. Okay, it just wasn't. And I would point out too that the German government had been propagandizing its own people throughout the entire war, basically telling them, we're winning, nothing to worry about, we're winning. And then randomly, I'm kind of exaggerating, but not much, randomly one day, suddenly all the news goes, oh, by the way, we lost. So imagine being told for like 4 years, you're winning, oh, we lost. It caused a lot of mental disconnect for a lot of Germans. And since these revolutions had just happened, a lot of them were like, oh, this must be because of the revolution and because of the Jews and because of the leftists. But it wasn't. They had been losing for a long time. Does that make sense? Okay. All right.
In different worlds about what happened. And that's the kind of break the Renee Good reaction is signaling.
Yeah, sorry.
So the question isn't just, was this shooting justified? And in my view, it was unequivocally not justified. It's, what does it mean for a democracy when lethal force by the state becomes an optical test for entirely separate realities? So what if the core political divide isn't actually left versus right, but people who can tolerate ambiguity and discomfort?
I'm sorry, guys. You got me on history brain. Let me pause this. I just want to say one last thing. I promise then I'll stop and we'll get back to the video. One last thing. Remember what I've said about fascism. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, right? Think about this. Germany lost a major war where there was millions of people who died. Germany suffered tremendously. Okay, they did. And then right at the end of the war, the Kaiser was overthrown and a democracy was established. In the Weimar Republic, okay, a democracy was established. And who did the military and a lot of the elites blame for the loss of the war? The people who created the democracy. In the minds of many Germans, German democracy was a foreign imposition that had been forced on Germany because they lost the war, and that it had been created, this democracy had been created by a bunch of traitors to Germany who wanted to see it fail. You see what I mean? So from the very beginning of Germany's foray into democracy between the world wars, it was kind of a poison pill. There were lots of people who associated this regime with being illegitimate because of this lie that was being spread, which opened the door. Okay, Jonas, exactly. That was the claim, that the Jews controlled Weimar. Okay, like which made it really easy for Nazis and fascists to kind of slip in there and be like, "Oh, well, the democracy is failing and it's not providing for you." And then it was made worse, guys, by the Great Depression, which then made it appear as though the democracy was to blame for everyone economically suffering. Okay, even though it was American capitalism that sunk the global economy, amongst other things. I'm not just there were some issues with the Weimar Republic. Okay, so it was a series of very unfortunate events that greatly delegitimized the German government in the eyes of German citizens. Okay. And what have we seen in America? It's not exactly the same, but over many years, we've seen our democratic, our quote unquote, not really democratic government be delegitimized over and over again by their inability to actually do anything for the people. And time again, it is proven not very effective, okay? Which a lot of Americans noticed and opened the way for Trump. Exactly, Dolly Boy. There was also the hyperinflation was caused by missed payments to France. Absolutely. Okay. So, all right. You could, anyway, this is my point, guys. All right. Okay, Jonas, you know a lot about this, okay? And I'll do a whole stream on this. Yeah, the Treaty of Versailles was also a big problem, guys. It was a big problem. A lot of the issues with Weimar Germany was because of the very punishing parts of the Treaty of Versailles that made Germany pay a huge indemnity to the Allied powers, even though I don't think that was something that they should have had to do for a lot of reasons. This is complicated. We can debate it. But yeah, it definitely made it worse. Okay. However, as Dolly Boy is saying, the Weimar Germany was able to get control of the inflation and deal with the payments, and actually started gaining a lot of legitimacy until the Great Depression, which is when the Nazis suddenly were able to take control of everything. Okay, so this is very complicated. Just know delegitimization of democracy is a big reason why fascists can take over, especially if people are being scapegoated.
Versus people who
hello, virtual violence. Glad to see you.
Can't. A lot of research on authoritarianism finds the same pattern, which is people with authoritarian leanings tend to have very low tolerance for ambiguity. They want clear hierarchies, simple rules, and sharp boundaries between us and them. Ambiguous situations, new norms around gender, shifting racial hierarchies, changing demographics don't just feel confusing, they feel threatening. That internal panic gets externalized as a demand to make the world simpler again.
I love that, Dolly Boy.
Get rid of the strange people, shut down the confusing practices, and punish the ones who break the old script. In a pluralistic democracy, difference and ambiguity are baked into the cake. You're always encountering people, beliefs, and bodies that don't fit your template.
Hey, J-Mac.
For some people, that's uncomfortable but manageable. For others, it's almost intolerable.
Yeah.
And that's where you start to see attraction to strong men, purges, and fantasies of cleansing violence. So when we talk about a temperamental minority that can't easily live in pluralism, that's what we mean. Not that they're evil by nature, but that their nervous systems are constantly screaming, make this stop.
Okay, we'll see here, J-Mac. We'll see if we have a chance.
Or discomfort. Without emotional regulation skills and self-insight, which, let's admit, most adults struggle.
Now, wait a minute. Is she okay, is she doing a lib take? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble. Let's see what she says.
With, but this temperament in particular, this can easily cause major issues inside a diverse society that is constantly changing. There's a brutal little paradox at the heart of any free society. And that's if you tolerate people who want to end tolerance, you eventually lose the whole thing.
Yes.
Can a democracy safely include people who fundamentally don't believe in democracy? At some point, the answer has to be not without limits. Karl Popper called this the paradox of tolerance. A fully tolerant society, he said, cannot be tolerant of movement.
That was one of the big issues with the Nazis, folks, is that the Weimar Germany refused, a lot of those parties, except for maybe the communists, refused to use the same tactics that were being used, thank you, J-Mac, that were being used by the Nazis. And okay, they kind of bent over backwards to, all right, okay.
Movements that seek to destroy tolerance itself.
Was ich bei der offenen Gesellschaft gemeint habe, war eine Gesellschaft sagen wir, in der man frei atmen kann, frei denken kann, in der jeder Mensch einen Wert hat und in der die Gesellschaft
Yes,
keine
J-Mac.
überflüssigen Zwänge
In a society which
über die
doesn't
Menschen
any
ausübt.
That doesn't mean that you put people in prison for bad opinions. It means you draw hard lines around actions and organized projects. Post-war
Speak for
Germany
yourself
is a
in
good
your groove.
example of this. It bans explicitly Nazi parties and can dissolve groups that aimed to
Yeah.
overthrow the democratic order.
Oh, wow, what a radical idea. Maybe we shouldn't let groups exist that are openly calling for the overthrow of democracy. Right? I mean, I told you this before, guys. I think our free speech laws go a bit too far in a lot of ways. Like, I don't know why we haven't banned the Nazi Party or banned these groups that are like pretty explicitly anti the whole democratic system. Okay. I know, maybe I sound authoritarian by saying that, but all right. Like, I just don't. It's gross to me that those groups are even allowed to exist. Yeah, Jonas. Yeah. Okay, Peter Thiel. Like screaming about okay, Jonas, like Peter Thiel openly advocating for like authoritarian corporate city states. Like, okay, now he well, okay, that's mainly an issue with how powerful he is. I'm mainly talking about getting rid, like, if individuals say loony things, I don't think that's as big of an issue, but if like if you have a political party set up that's advocating for these things, like maybe that should be banned. Like, I think it's kind of weak shit to be like, sure, they can exist. Really? Can they? You want that to exist? Okay.
Precisely because it learned what happens when you let anti-pluralist movements capture the state. In the US context, that's the unresolved problem. We've treated "it's just another opinion" and "it's an organized attempt to end democracy" as
So virtual violence, and this is in lies the issue, virtual violence. However, virtual violence says, how exactly would you determine if speech is Nazi or not, though? I would look at Germany's laws. Germany has implemented anti-Nazi laws that are very good. And they're not perfect, but I would follow their model, okay? Like explicit talk and advocating for the overthrow of democracy, and this could be worked out legally and things like that. Okay. Yeah, Lacroix, and it's a problem, Lacroix, because why is the AFD allowed? Yeah, they're basically. So here's the thing, though, that this is where there is an issue with German laws, right? Because the AFD has taken an oath to the German Constitution, so they have pledged themselves to following the German Constitution, and they claim to be for the German Constitution, even though under the surface there appear to be a lot of links to Nazi ideas. So it's not perfect. But like, I don't know. I know I sound harsh in this. I just really hate Nazis, and I hope you guys know that. Like, yeah, I'd be willing to crush a Nazi movement. Yes, it's so much worse here. The ADF is designated as a potential threat to democracy by the authority that can say so. Fair, TJ. Okay. But then also Germany can also manipulate that because they also go after people that are anti-Israel, for example, which is a problem. Yeah. Oh, a mad scene. You're 100% right. So America has in the past gone after the left wing. So my idea here, folks, is maybe stop going after the left wing and go after the people that are an actual threat to the fascists. I know that's biased, but okay. I don't know if virtual violence, maybe I could do a stream on it sometime. I'd have to think about it. I don't think you're entirely authoritarian for saying that. Also, what would the punishment be for breaking those laws? I don't know. I haven't thought about it that much, virtual violence. I'd have to look at Germany's laws, for example. But I'll have to think about it, okay? But I just don't, I don't know. I'm kind of like sick of it. Yeah, J Prime, yeah. J Prime says MAGA are all fascists at this point. And now here's the issue. I am not saying I would want to arrest all of MAGA, but definitely if there were an investigation and there were like a bunch of the people that control the movement were found to be promoting anti-democracy ideas, I don't think they should be allowed to be on the streets. They're dangerous. And there'd have to be evidence. I have to think more about it. Okay. I know, it's insane, Jonas. It's insane. It's because, Jonas, the reason there's no distinction in America is because years of being afraid of communists and socialists due to the red um yeah, virtual violence. And that's why I don't think all MAGA should be blamed, because that would be way too many people to punish, to be honest with you, like or to go after. Um yeah, that true, Malzord, which is why I would want to go. Malzord says fascism is more of a personality at this point. Yeah, and that's why I'd only want to go after people with real political power. Yeah, I agree, elevator lady, right? And I think that would be a democratic decision. I think most people in the United States would be okay with banning the Nazis. But okay, this is complicated though, guys. This is very complicated, and I don't have a monopoly on truth in this matter. And I also see the downsides, because then you can start deciding who's a Nazi, who's not. God knows a lot of right-wingers say that Democrats are Nazis or left-wing people are Nazis. So, but in a perfect world, I would prefer that people don't have power that have these beliefs.
If they belong in the same bucket when they don't. One can be tolerated.
Exactly,
The other,
Jonas.
if you let it run, will eventually shut down everyone else's voices. So the real question isn't, should we tolerate people we disagree with? Of course we should. The real question is, where do we draw the line when a movement's explicit or implicit goal is to eliminate the possibility of disagreement at all? When we get to the other side of this, the hardest problem maybe won't be rewriting the laws. It'll be living with a permanent minority that struggles to function in a pluralistic world. When this project eventually collapses, as authoritarian projects tend to, we'll still be—
She's right about that, guys. Don't worry, the collapse is coming. But trust me, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good.
left with a sizable
Yeah, J Prime, you're right. But that's why J Prime says the ACLU won't let us ban Nazis. Correct. They proved that in Skokie. So guys, have you ever seen this? J Prime, excellent point here. Has anyone ever seen the Skokie Nazi rally? This was a landmark decision where, and this is where, like, okay. Here we go. There were a bunch of Nazis, literal Nazis, who went to Skokie, Illinois, wasn't it? Wasn't it Illinois? I think it was Illinois. I can't quite remember. Yeah, Illinois. They marched through a town that was you lived through it, J Prime? Okay. That was full of Jewish people, including a lot of people who were Holocaust survivors. These Nazis purposely marched through this Jewish part of the town. Okay. And they planned for it on purpose. And so the town of Skokie literally said, literally said that they tried to ban the protest. They said, no, you can't protest here. And it ended up going all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said that's illegal. They have freedom of speech. They're allowed to march through this town. You have to let them do it. And there were massive protests and stuff, but like, I don't know if the Supreme Court made the right decision. This was 1977, a mad scene. And like, this is complicated, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, according to the law, yeah, they have a right to do that. Maybe we should change the law a bit, because a bunch of Nazis, like, okay, I just don't like Nazis. I don't want them marching around, especially through a Jewish town, okay? I don't understand how it's not viewed as terrorism, right? Like, you're marching through an explicitly Jewish town. Isn't that like terrorism? You're not allowed to frighten people into compliance. That's illegal, right? You're not allowed to do terroristic threats. That is illegal. Isn't this a terroristic threat, marching through a Jewish town and chanting Nazi slogans? Or like if the KKK were to march through a black community, that to me is a terroristic threat. Okay? And I don't know how, okay, we could debate this, but all right.
Minority whose psychological profile doesn't
Maybe,
magically
Macy.
change. They will still struggle with ambiguity and still prefer rigid hierarchies and still feel existentially threatened by visible difference. That means any viable after has to do at least three things. The first is to build hard legal and institutional limits so that anti-pluralist movements can't easily seize the state again, as post-war Germany has done. The second,
right, Meowzord? That's the implication. It's like it's terrorism. Like, I don't know. Like, it's clearly all right.
Is that we need to invest early and deeply in teaching ambiguity tolerance, how to live with discomfort without immediately reaching for elimination. Third, create exit ramps for people who are leaving authoritarian spaces that don't require them to endure total
Oh
humiliation
God,
or
Jonas.
social.
Exactly. Guys, I'm sorry. Can I just read what Jonas said? Jonas here is Muslim, is from Somalia. I'm saying that on purpose, Jonas, because this is what Jonas says. I mean, now Jonas is English, but was born in Somalia and stuff. Okay, so not a white person. I ended up walking past an EDL protest a few years back, and I had to take a U-turn. I mean, how is that not terrorism, right? Like, you can't walk down the street because you're afraid because there's these lunatic right-wing anti-immigrant people there. I don't know. Okay, and I know, but like the law, you know, protects these people. I just don't. Okay.
Death. Because if the only options are domination or annihilation, people will cling to domination. This is not to excuse the harm that these people have done and are doing. Anyone committing crimes and atrocities should be held fully accountable. But for those who want to get off the rage carousel, there should be ways to do that that don't feel like total psychological extinction. None of that
Insane,
is clean
Jonas.
or easy, but it's more honest. The project isn't just stop this, it's how do we design a society that can survive with a permanent, fearful, anti-pluralist minority without letting that fear run the whole show again.
But like, what if maybe that's how you stop it, is you keep a tap on that. Because here's the thing, guys, as long as we live, this is a problem. Let me get my socialism brain out here. As long as we live in a capitalist society, there will always be this constant threat, a democratic capitalist society. There will always be this constant threat to the democracy from fascists, okay? There just will be. So you better be prepared for always tapping down on that. And there, maybe Fox Album, but there will always be unless you like are purposely trying, you have to do something to try and keep a tap on it, because it'll always be there unless you try to dismantle it or keep a tap on it. Even then, you can't fully stop it, which is why I think we need a completely different economic system. But anyway, so, all right, moving on. And now, okay, this is going to sound bad, and I want to point out, guys, obviously, I'm not saying that the societies I'm about to mention have perfect governments. You all know I don't think that. But you know where there's never a fascist movement? Cuba. Okay, now I'm only partially joking here, okay? My point is that, like, if you live in a society like China, and I'm not advocating that we do something just like Cuba or just like China, all right? I'm just saying you're not going to see a fascist movement there, partially because, well, you might, maybe in China, I don't know, because it's tamped down upon, and they have an economic system. All right, Tiago, I know, I just said this, right? I just said that. I just said this, guys. I just said this, Tiago. Tiago, exactly. I know. I just said that, Tiago. I just said no one come in here and go, well, Cuba's a dictatorship. I know, Tiago. I just said that, okay? I'm making a point here. I don't want a system like that, but I'm also talking about like the authoritarian, like how there's no even movement for fascism in those countries. So there might not be, if you were to have a different economic system and were to keep a tap on these things, you wouldn't have to deal with it. There you go, elevator lady, okay? But I get it. I get it, okay? I'm just saying, you see what I'm saying. I think you all see what I'm saying here. Okay. There you go, Meowzord. And one of the flaws with a liberal democratic society is that it opens the door to those things. It just does. If you let those people speak and you give them a voice, one of the issues, I know virtual violence, I know, okay, guys, I just said this. I'm not defending. Oh my God, I just said this. I'm not defending the governments there, but what those governments do is that they're a dictatorship, obviously. But one of the parts of that is they keep a tap on those things, and because they are not in a capitalist system, there aren't these big economic crashes as much. Okay. There aren't necessarily massive economic crashes, which opens the door to fascism. Okay, it does. If there's an economic crash every few years, it opens the door to fascism. Okay, correct. You see what I mean? Okay, like, okay. Oh, I know, Tiago. I know. Yeah, I shouldn't have brought this up. I should not have brought up that shit. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So, um, no matter what I say, people are going to be like, "Well, I'm not saying I." Okay. No, it wasn't Tiago. It was a fine example. Okay, but that's okay. All right. So, let me here go to another one here. Right. Thank you, elevator lady. Elevator lady, my defender here in this chat. Okay, my great defender in this chat. As a matter of fact, folks, let me tell you one last thing. If everyone has ever heard of this thing, Paxton. I know it's okay, Dolly Boy. I love you, Dolly Boy. You're fine. I forgive you. Let's look at Paxton here. Fascism. One of the, by the way, just to back up all you people that are like, just to go against you, Paxton, who's an expert on fascism, he famously says in his book, An Anatomy of Fascism, thank you, Sir Bartholomew. That's how it should be, Sir Bartholomew. Okay. Yeah, no. Okay, virtual violence. Let me explain what I mean. I'm partially am saying that, but I'm not okay, let me explain. In his book, An Anatomy of Fascism, he says clearly that one of the preconditions for a fascist movement is liberal democracy, where you have a capitalist democratic system. Every single fascist regime on earth has come out of a liberal democracy. Okay? Give me a counterexample. Where have you seen a fascist regime come out of a non-liberal democracy? So my point here is that in liberal democracies, it's not because they're liberal democracies, it's because one of the flaws of liberal democracies is that they are very open-minded about any sort of difference in opinion. So perhaps for liberal democracies to protect themselves, they should crack down on fascist movements. Like, might be that we need to do, yeah, everything goes except no fascism, okay? Do you see what I mean? Macy, you got it, right? But do you guys see what I mean? Like, if you're too libbed up, you will let the fascists will run rampant. So my example works, okay? I maybe shouldn't have said that. Okay, no, I'm not cornered Dolly Boy. I'm just trying to explain because people keep saying it was a bad example. It's not a bad example. It's not, okay. All right. What happens when communist countries fail? Yeah. Correct, Jonas. So oftentimes when communist countries fail, they end up in a dictatorship or like basically a criminal state that is like, Putin, for example, basically operates a dictatorial kleptocracy run by a bunch of elites and things like that. Okay, how dare you, virtual violence? Okay, virtual violence. Give me an example that is a better example. I chose Cuba on purpose because, you know, if I were to have said any other non-democratic country, what other democratic country? There's not. Okay. Okay. I guess it either becomes a dictatorship or a military junta, right? Okay. Yes. Okay. So anyway. All right. You guys get my idea. So let me see here. And by the way, I don't believe in authoritarianism. You guys know I'm a democratic socialist. I want a society run on democratic principles. I want businesses run on democratic principles. But that doesn't mean that in a democratic society, we can't pick and choose what ideas we view as acceptable enough to even be in the public sphere. I don't think fascism should be in the public sphere. I think that is a fundamental threat to democracy. And I think that if we had a democratic economic system, okay, a democratic a democratic economic system, then you wouldn't have those issues to begin with. Anyway, all right, okay, guys. So moving on here, let's see what else we got. All right. So we have some other stuff we could react to.
We've hit a point where
I know,
two
guys.
groups of people can watch the exact same video of a woman being killed.
Oh,
I
this
read a
looks good.
line somewhere which says,
This video is called How We Ended Up Raising the Stupidest Generation, which I think is kind of funny. I don't know if I fully agree with that framing, but we'll see what this is like. So, Jonas, do you think a technocracy led by a dictator could ever work? So, Jonas, this is a hard question. What do you mean by work? No, it is not a form of government that I would like. I think there are many flaws with it. You could technically say that some place like China is, I guess, functioning. It's somewhat of it's not really a technocracy, but it's dictatorial. It's a one-party state, and it exists. It functions. You see what I mean? But it is not, I think, a standard for what's best for humanity. I gotta say, I don't think it is. So yeah, it could work, but is it what's best? No. Okay, it's not. I don't think that's best at all. So I think that, yeah, if that's what you mean, Jonas. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's see here. I read a line somewhere, so let's read this. Watch this. How we ended up raising the stupidest generation. Everyone ready? Let's go.
you can silence 50 scholars with one fact, but you cannot silence an idiot with 50 facts. This one line perfectly captures the tragedy of our age. Because when critical thinking dies, collective stupidity naturally rises. In such a world, everyone is convinced they are right, and everyone else is wrong. Opinions...
Well, that's just true. Everyone else is wrong, especially in this chat. Okay, I'm right, and everyone else is wrong.
...grow louder than logic, and emotions grow stronger than evidence. But the real question is, why does this happen?
Thank you, In Your Groove.
Why is critical thinking dying faster in our time than ever before? That is exactly what I will explore in this video. But before we can understand...
You're right, Jolly Boy, okay.
...and why it is fading
Thank you,
away,
In Your Groove.
We need to step back for a moment. We need to ask, when did critical thinking first emerge in human history? What does it actually mean to think critically? After all, you might be thinking a lot, but are you truly thinking critically? So, let's get into it.
Virtual violence, like, this is my thing, virtual violence. So virtual violence asks, what would you say is the stupidest generation CR? I don't know. That's like, that is, I am trained to think in terms of systems, material conditions. Every generation is a product of the society they were raised in. So even the word stupid has issues. Okay. Yeah, I know I use it when I'm mad at like Trump or whatever, but like, so I don't know if there is an objective way to think of that. You know what I mean? There's a lot of issues with this generation though, let me tell you. Okay. Okay.
Do it.
What is critical thinking and its origin?
Critical thinking is more than
lady.
just thinking a lot. It is the disciplined habit of questioning assumptions, seeking evidence, and applying reason before accepting any belief. In simple words, it is the art of not being fooled by others or by your own mind. Its roots stretch back over 2,500 years to ancient Greece. The philosopher Socrates pioneered a method of probing dialogue now known as the Socratic method.
Love the Socratic method. Great to use in the classroom. Any aspiring teachers out there, use the Socratic method in the classroom.
By asking sharp, uncomfortable questions.
Dolly Boy. Or like, let me give you another example. Dolly Boys, we're talking about like why stupid isn't a good classification. What about people in the Middle Ages? Okay, so like the average peasant in the Middle Ages, almost no education, very limited education. Were those people stupid compared to someone around today? Do you see what I mean? Like, that's just why, like, the word stupid, okay, because they didn't know a lot of the stuff we know today. Does that mean that they were stupid? Or, for example, an average MAGA person today probably knows more reality about the world, like more scientific reality about the world than someone that was a serf in the Middle Ages. But does that mean the serf in the Middle Ages was stupid compared to the MAGA person? You see what I mean? I mean, we can debate that, but anyway. Okay, but it's just an interesting, and that's just my opinion. Okay, I think I've managed to dodge most of the brain damage. That's awesome. Yeah, and about virtual signaling, there's definitely huge problems with the knowledge of people today. Okay, we're having some big problems. Okay, let's put it that way.
He exposed contradictions and weak foundations in what people thought they knew. He reminded us of a timeless truth. The only thing I know is that I know nothing. This humility, admitting ignorance before chasing clarity, is the very foundation of critical thought. But Socrates paid the ultimate price for his relentless questioning.
That's a good question, virtual violence.
In 399
well, that's also hard, virtual violence. We could debate this.
999 BCE, he was accused of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods. His insistence on independent thinking threatened the
Guys, this is how I want to die. I want to be told to commit to unalive myself because I've annoyed the elite so much. I want to get a letter. I want to get a letter from, like, I don't know, Jeff Bezos or something, being like, you are annoying us with your gesturing. Would you please take this hemlock and remove yourself from our presence? That would be the way I want to go.
Of society, and he was sentenced to death. From there, thinkers like Plato and Aristotle carried forward the torch of reason, building the framework of logic, inquiry, and skepticism. Centuries later, during the Enlightenment, philosophers such as Immanuel Kant called on humanity to rise from ignorance with the motto, sapere aude, dare to think for yourself.
There you go, Dolly.
Voltaire and others championed the same spirit, challenging dogma and celebrating reason as the bedrock of progress. Critical thinking became the cornerstone of science, democracy, and innovation. It was long considered the mark of an educated mind.
We also should, well, I'll talk, never mind, I'll
the
shut
ability to examine claims, weigh evidence, and cut through illusions. Of course, critics also emerged. Friedrich Nietzsche once accused Socrates of overvaluing reason, warning that an obsession with questioning could drain life of its richness. Yet despite these critiques, the legacy of critical thinking has endured. It remains the freedom to ask why, to go beyond the surface of appearances, and to search for clarity in a world clouded with noise. But today, we are witnessing its decline more than ever. And why this is happening is what I am going to discuss now.
Okay,
we live in an age where every answer is just one click away. At first glance, this feels empowering. We have the wisdom of the world in our pockets. But the reality is far darker. We are drowning in information, and the human brain was never built to process this flood.
That is true. I could go on to that. There's some theories in anthropology that we've reached sort of the limit of our brain capacity in a lot of ways. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy, really, for that donation there. Like, it's really hard when we're surrounded by this much information and these many people. Remember, we talked about like the limits, the number of limits on the limits on a productive human relationships, right? Dunbar's number. We might be saturated at this point. Like, you're never going to be able to process all that information out there, which, you know, of course, we're stuck in this situation because there is so much information out there now.
Psychologists call it information overload, when data bombards us faster than we can reflect, forcing us to take mental shortcuts. Think about it. If someone asks you to calculate 56 plus 87, do you pause and work it out, or do you instantly reach for your phone? Most of us choose the shortcut.
Yeah.
Every detail of life has become Googleable, and while that makes life easier, it also trains us to offload our thinking onto machines. Over time, we forget how to reason deeply because we've stopped practicing it. The Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman once described two modes of thought: System 1, which is fast, automatic, and intuitive, and System 2, which is slow, effortful, and rational.
Me too, Dolly Boy.
Critical thinking lives in System 2. It is the part of us that questions, analyzes, and doubts.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. When apps, calculators, and AI do the hard work for us, System 2 is left idle. Like
Jonas, I think it's 150 people. It is thought that humans can maintain about 150 productive relationships. But past that, you start to see a fall of social cohesion. I even said in the Discord, guys, after we reached 150, now right when we reached that number, there were a lot of people who weren't participating, but you guys have probably noticed that as we have now started going above 150 and we're getting up into the 200 range, we've had to ban and remove more people. There's some social cohesion diminishing. There have been more arguments happening in the server. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but that's because we've gone past Dunbar's number, okay? So, yeah, after about 150 relationships, breakdowns begin to occur.
Like a muscle that is never exercised, our deeper reasoning begins to atrophy. This is why many people today remember not the answer itself, but only where to find it. Studies even show that constant reliance on search engines makes us less likely to commit knowledge to memory. It's what researchers call the Google effect. We outsource our intelligence, skimming headlines and trusting the first popular.
I'll tell you guys, like as a teacher, so I've probably had thousands of students throughout my time as a teacher, and you know, you're expected, like they have formed a close relationship to you, right? But when you have had so many students, like you can't remember all of them. Even if you've formed a good relationship with them, you're not going to remember. So it's like when you're walking, I'll be like walking down the street somewhere, and suddenly a person will be like, "Hey, Mr. Sam." Okay, I'm not going to say my actual last name. Mr. Sam. Hi, Mr. Sam. And I'll be like, "Hi. Glad to see you here." And like oh my God, you have to quickly like what's like try to pretend like you remember who they are so that they don't feel bad. And then like they hope most of the time, guys, if you do see a teacher of yours in public, make sure you tell them what your name is. Okay. If you say hi to them, okay, be like, "Hi, it's me, blah, 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 blah. I was in this class of yours." And then that might trigger something in their brain to remind them. But just remember, we can't always remember everyone in all of our classes. I've had thousands of students. It's hard sometimes. Anyway, okay. So just a little advice there. We also are subject to Dunbar's number. Okay.
Result. The result? Mental laziness.
Quiet, meows.
Our world moves so fast that we don't stop to reflect. We prefer instant headlines over.
Is it laziness though, guys? And I know I'm being too nice here, but when you are flooded constantly all the time, or you're like exposed to short form content, is it laziness, or is it just you literally don't have the time or the energy to process all this stuff? And are you being trained to not process it? Okay, how dare you, virtual violence? Okay,
complex reasoning, sound bites over analysis.
Shame on you, virtual violence, questioning me today. You've questioned me a lot today, virtual violence. That's one thing I don't want in this channel. I don't want people questioning authority figures. How dare you, virtual violence?
Intuition over scrutiny, the Socratic method of questioning, asking why and refusing to accept easy answers, has been replaced by a culture of Google it and forget it. Information overload has given us the illusion of knowledge, but stripped away the discipline of thought. And in that silence, critical thinking quietly dies. Information overload may dull our minds, but something even more dangerous follows. The comfort of only hearing what we already believe.
Yep.
And this is what I am going to discuss now.
Yep. And guys, it takes calories for your brain to change its mind. So it's the easier route for your brain to not change its mind and go off what it already believes. You see what I mean? Echo chambers. Dear God, this is what I say. This is what I say at the end of every stream. Don't get caught in an information silo, because a lot of us are stuck in echo chambers. We're stuck in echo chambers. So try to go outside your echo chamber when you can. All right.
Load weakens our ability to think. Echo chambers destroy our willingness to think. In today's world, we live inside countless tribes, political, religious, cultural, or even based on hobbies and interests.
There you go, Sylvie.
Human beings.
Welcome back, Sylvie. Glad to see you here as always.
Naturally seek out people who agree with them, but technology has magnified this instinct to dangerous levels. Social media algorithms now track every click, like, and comment, then feed us content that matches our past beliefs. The result? We end up surrounded by opinions that sound just like our own. This is the echo chamber, a place where we only hear our own voices echoed back at us. If you believe A, you will rarely encounter a strong case for not A. Over time, the mind gets lazy. It accepts whatever confirms its worldview and dismisses the rest as fake, biased, or stupid. This is confirmation bias, the mental
That's true, Dolly Boy.
That prefers comfort over challenge. And
hello, Nostar Alpha. Welcome to the chat.
In an age of endless digital tribes, almost everyone is trapped in one. What's worse,
guys, we're not a tribe, though. Remember, we're not a cult. So this is clearly, guys. Now you can believe everything I tell you, though, right? You all know that, right? Really, this is not. We are not right here in a tribe. I hope you all know that. I'm like the one person online you can believe everything I say, right? You can be blindly loyal to me, okay? Obviously, right? Okay, there you go, virtual violence, okay? Yeah, we're not in a cult, guys. We're not in a cult. I'm not wearing a you know, a almost like a clergy type uniform and being followed blindly by my followers, right? Clearly we're not a cult. All right, I'm joking, all right? I'm never correct with all these. Oh, yeah, okay, right. So see here. Cicero Fields just got hello, Cicero Fields just got here. Please share the link to this video at what video, Cicero? What video are you oh, this video. I got you. Let me share it with you guys. You want to let me share
Echo
this?
chambers are not
just
found in
share this video, copy, paste. All right. Here you guys go. Yeah, I would never lie to you guys ever. Okay. Well, actually, I wouldn't purposely. Well, okay. I don't want to say that because maybe I would sometime. I don't think I would, but I might lie to you. I mean, I wouldn't purposely lie to you. At least I don't think I would. Maybe I would. I don't know. Something else might have to happen. I might have to. I don't know. If you ask me my name, I'll lie to you. Okay. All right. I don't have a name. I don't know. All right. We're gonna call. No, we are absolutely not a call. Don't. I mean, I could make mistakes though, right? I don't have to say. All I ever hear is people challenge me, whether that be right or wrong, right or other leftists. Yeah. Oh, that's good, Sylvie. I'm never correct with all these. That's fair, okay? Like the pastor, be like the pastor laughing my ass off. No, I'm not, and don't you ever say I am, right? Okay. Okay. How dare you, virtual violence? How dare you, virtual violence? You're very disobedient today, virtual violence. I'm going to spank you, virtual violence. I'm sorry, virtual violence. I did not mean to sexually harass you by saying that. Okay, anyway. Don't you all love when I'm like sexually harassing all of you and like I don't even know any of you?
Conspiracy groups.
You know it, Sylvie. You know. Come on, Sylvie. You know who's giving me more shit. Okay. You know the answer to that question, Sylvie.
Or fanatical cults. Even skeptics, atheists, and self-proclaimed rationalists can form closed circles where their assumptions are never questioned. When the group's opinion feels safe, our deeper reasoning, our system too, goes silent. Instead of questioning, we conform. The effect is group.
Nah, I think it's okay, virtual violence. I think I'll be fine.
Groupthink. Each tribe convinces itself that we alone have the truth, while outsiders are branded as blind, foolish, or even evil. Echo chambers breed blind spots. People stop asking, why do I believe this? And instead say, this is just what we believe. Honest questions start to feel like betrayal. The result is a society where dogma replaces dialogue and loyalty to the tribe matters more than loyalty to truth.
Yep.
This is the exact
basically like MAGA on steroids,
opposite
right? Yeah.
of the Socratic spirit. The courage to seek truth over comfort, even when it hurts. If information overload weakens the mind,
that's true.
And echo chambers
North Star Alpha, I agree.
Trap it.
Is that Gollum? That looks like Gollum from Lord of the Rings, doesn't it? It looks like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. Dolly Boy, I'll gladly threaten you that way, Dolly Boy. Okay.
Then sensationalism manipulates.
Or is that Stephen Miller? It's kind of hard to tell. That might be Stephen Miller.
It. Modern media, whether it's news outlets, social feeds, or influencers, has mastered the art of drama. They know one thing very well. Outrage sells. Attention is currency, and nothing grabs attention faster than exaggeration. Headlines are designed not to inform, but to provoke.
Who, Meowzord?
Stories are often framed in the most shocking way possible. You won't believe this, or the world is ending if you don't act now. Even educators and honest creators feel pressured to exaggerate, because without drama, no one clicks. In fact, I admit that I sometimes use extreme titles like "The Only Way to Feel Peace" just to draw people in. It's an irony of our time. You must play the game.
I mean, it's true. I try to draw people in, guys, with my titles. I tell you about it because I need more people in here. By the way, tell your friends about my stream if you can. All right.
Game of exaggeration, or your message gets lost. But this is for a good cause to make you watch videos like this. But in other cases, the problem is this constant hype numbs us.
God, what are these images?
When everything is advertised as a crisis, nothing feels trustworthy anymore.
Yep.
People lose patience for nuance.
That's for sure, guys. Boy, is that sure. People lose patience for nuance, don't they?
And their emotions take over where logic should be. Critical thinking...
Like when I say that certain documents in the Epstein files aren't believable, right? Okay.
struggles in an environment where every headline screams emergency, every post demands instant reaction, and every issue is dressed as a life or death battle. This is not new. Journalism has
right
long
in your
followed the
groove.
rule. If it bleeds, it leads.
And in your groove says every presidential election is the most important ever. And what has that done to us in your groove? It has made it so that we're numb to any important things, right? Like we are in a fight for our lives here in America with Donald Trump as president, but but if you listen to the media, all these last elections were just, all the old elections were just as important in a lot of ways, according to the narrative. So we're numb to it, and okay.
But today's 24/7 news cycle,
It
fueled
might
by
be valuable, and I don't know. I just found this video. It could be crap, but
algorithms and profit-driven clicks,
kind of
pushes
annoying, but-
sensationalism to an extreme.
Yep.
Breaking news banners, exaggerated statistics, and fear-loaded phrases like record lows or worst ever are used constantly, even when the situation requires calm analysis. The result? A population that is always anxious, always distracted, and rarely thoughtful. We click, we share, we panic, but we don't pause to think. In a world where everything is hyped to the third degree, rational discourse becomes almost impossible. Sensationalism creates a rumor mill of outrage where slow and careful thought feels out of place. Instead of Socratic questioning, we are left with knee-jerk reactions. And once again, collective stupidity grows stronger. But the real question is, how can we stop this?
No, it is visual violence. I'm not. It hasn't been the best video so far. It's been pretty surface level, but it's a good, I guess, overview, and then we can add more to it.
This is what I am going to discuss now.
How to rekindle your critical
Encourage
thinking.
curiosity.
It's also kind of sus. I got to tell you, it's kind of sus. A lot of the images he used and all of this stuff comes from Western societies, and he only talked about Western philosophers. Okay.
Curiosity is the antidote to
Cicero,
mental laziness.
Fields.
Einstein once admitted, "I have no special talents. I am only passionately curious." Curious people don't stop at the first answer. They ask why again and again. Before accepting any claim, pause and ask yourself, what is the evidence? How do I know this? What if the opposite were true?
How dare you, Malzord?
Quality of our thinking is revealed by the quality of our questions. Reading widely, journaling, or joining discussions and debates can help you revive that Socratic spirit of inquiry.
It depends, though, what community. Like, if you're talking to a Jordan Peterson community, that might not be the best place. That might not be the best place to do Socratic questioning.
Slow down and think. In a world that demands instant reactions, learn to resist. When you see a shocking headline, don't just skim. Read the full article, trace the source.
Oh, God, no. Read the full article. Oh, my God, guys. Also, guys, read books. Please read books. Please try. Everyone here should start trying to read books. Read books. I'm demanding it. I'm demanding that you read books. Okay? Okay. Oh, well, there you go, Jonas. All right. North Star Alpha. Ever wonder if someone can think for themselves? Ask them to form an opinion that is unlike the rest of society. Non-logical example: air should be banned in Antarctica. Yeah, no, that's true, North Star Alpha. Okay. The important bits are always in the third paragraph. Right. I'm trying to get motivation to read books. Good, Dolly boy. All right. Okay.
And reflect.
We should,
Avoid
elevator lady.
multitasking when dealing with complex ideas.
That's cool, virtual
Meditation
violence.
and
Love what he got to
mindfulness
me.
can also train your focus. Remember, Daniel Kahneman's insight, our system 2 thinking,
I have
the slow,
not, Macy.
effortful kind,
That's true, Sylvie. Lies my teacher told me is also great.
is where real analysis lives. Strengthen it by doing the math yourself, writing out arguments, or weighing pros and cons before making decisions. Diversify your sources. Escape your echo chamber. Deliberately seek out perspectives that challenge you.
Jolly boy.
Read media from different sides of the spectrum, follow thinkers you disagree with, and explore viewpoints from other cultures.
Really, Meowzord? Oh my God, I would love to see that, Meowzord, if you know where it is. Would you tell me where it is? I would love to see that. You don't have to, though, Meowzord, okay?
When you encounter statistics or claims, trace them back to their
Why did he keep showing images of people who look kind of off?
original sources. Play devil's advocate with your own beliefs and invite others to question them. This is how you weaken confirmation bias and strengthen your ability to see clearly. Reform education and leadership. Critical thinking must also be cultivated at a societal level. Schools should emphasize reasoning, debate, and analysis over rote memorization. Philosophy, logic, and science projects that demand inquiry help train young minds to think. Adults can do the same by studying logic, skepticism, or works by great thinkers. Leaders,
Okay,
too, must...
but like also history, like you don't have, this is kind of weird. He's doing the whole like study all the great thinkers. Well, you need context too. You need real life context. You also need to study history, you know, other things like that too. What actually happened on the ground as opposed to just the thought, because a lot of those thoughts that they had were not right.
Model critical thought, showing not just conclusions, but the reasoning
Agreed,
behind
virtual
them.
violence.
When public figures admit uncertainty and demonstrate honest inquiry, they set a cultural example that questioning is strength, not weakness.
Yeah, it might be true, Dolly Boy. Strength, not weakness. Okay. We're
Every
almost done
day,
with this,
pick
guys.
one assumption and flip it. Ask, what if this is wrong? What if the opposite were true? This simple exercise forces your mind into deeper reasoning. Another practice is teach back. Try to explain a complex idea to someone else.
Thank you, Meowsword.
If you stumble, that reveals the gaps in your own understanding.
Yeah, virtual violence.
Skepticism here is not cynicism. It's the courage to refine your knowledge by testing it. In the end, rekindling critical thinking means refusing to live on autopilot. It's choosing to question instead of blindly accepting.
Okay, I don't know if we fully buy that. All right. Yeah, I know. I should have sped it up. Guys, I'm sorry. I just tortured all of you with that video. I thought it would spark conversation. I probably should have looked at it in advance. Whatever. Who cares? It was, you know, we got to talk about some shit. I got to yell at all of you for a few things. Like, you know, that's always good, right? You know what, guys? I'm going to hand out some boops here for people who have been behaving. Dolly Boy, boop. Macy, boop. Mayflower Kid is here. Hello, Mayflower Kid, boop. Meowsword, boop. Jonas, you get a boop from a distance, boop. We got, who else gets a boop? Who wants some boops here before we watch Meowsword's clip? Virtual violence, no boop for you. No boop for you, virtual violence, but fine, I'll give you a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? Sylvie, you get a boop. Boop. Everyone, you know what? Most people here are gonna get a boop. Most of you. Fetty Spaghetti gets a boop. Boop. What'd you say, Fetty Spaghetti? You said something. Where is our required reading list? Fetty Spaghetti, that would be in the resources section of our Discord. Tiago, you get a bonk. Bonk. Okay. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. Cicero Fields gets a boop. Boop. North Star Alpha gets a boop. Boop. Oh my God, we're handing out boops left and right, aren't we? There you go, Body Swap. Okay. Okay. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Does anyone want a boop? Okay. Does anyone else want a boop? Okay. Yeah. Cody, boop. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone? I only went, so Elevator Lady, boop. Anyone else? Okay. All right. We good? Tiago, okay, Tiago, bonk. All right. Anyone else? Anyone else? Except for Tiago, anyone else? Okay, fine, Tiago. Boop. There you go. All right. Everyone has been booped that wants a boop. Now, we'll listen to what Meowsword sent us. We'll watch what so Meowsword sent us an Asmongold clip, who I know you all love very much. So, where did Meowsword send this shit? Did you send it in Reacts, Meowsword, or did you send it like some other random-ass place? So I'm going to have to search for it like a goddamn lunatic. Let me see here. Dear God, can we just go to the present? All right, there we go. All right. Where did you put it, Meowsword? Jesus Christ, Meowsword. All right. You know, maybe it's probably isn't reactions. All right, let me reactions here. All right, live stream failed. Destiny calmly waits for. Okay, we'll do this. Oh, this is hilarious. Okay, I haven't seen this, but I've seen this on X. I haven't watched it. I've just seen it on X. Okay, everyone ready? So, hello, TJ. You get a boop too. Boop. All right. So let's watch this. This is a. Let's watch this. So this is apparently Asmongold refusing to read, like, reacting to a title without even reading the first sentence. Okay. Okay. Now, okay, how dare you, Meowsword? You know, I'm not a big fan of Destiny, but okay. He isn't bad. He isn't, I mean, Anyway, whatever, Meowser. Screw you. Let's watch.
These notifications. Teacher jailed for contempt of court after refusing to use students' gender-neutral pronouns. And I think this is also a very big difference, too, whenever you look at it, because this is not somebody who is...
A teacher in Ireland was jailed this week for violating a court order forbidding him from going to the school. Wait, is he watching the video? Is he watching the video that I'm watching? Or is he committing the exact same mistake that he committed in the video that I'm watching where he's not even,
oh my God,
he's not even reading the fucking article?
That's so embarrassing.
Stop. Okay, I'm breathing. Stop. No, he's going to keep reading. He's going to keep reading. He's going to keep reading.
Teacher jailed for contempt of court after refusing to use students' gender-neutral pronouns. And I think this is also a very big difference, too, whenever you look at it, because this is not somebody who is using
Like,
a pronoun. They, them doesn't exist. You're either male or female.
He won't, right,
now,
in your
are
group.
there, unique, extreme medical...
Is he not going to read the article?
This is so humiliating. Oh my God. Now I don't know. I'm sorry, folks. I don't watch Asmongold. I know. I'm sorry. I'm not really a big fan of watching morons who basically don't have any knowledge of what they're talking about. But anyway, so regardless, I'm not terribly surprised by this from what I've heard. Okay, I'm not terribly surprised by this from what I've heard.
It's just the next sentence.
Abnormalities, yeah, there are, but I think in the vast majority of cases, no. Actually, the fact is that
why in your groove? Why would anyone listen to Asmongold for his perspective on things? Like, why? What? Like, okay, I get it. Like, if you have friends, if you have family members, yeah, you can chat to each other about your perspectives, kind of like, but why would you care? Why would we care, though, about his opinion specifically? What does he have any kind of expertise or knowledge? I'm honestly asking. Okay, visual violence. If you're looking for videos to react to, I sent a video on Trump's pardons and react. Good God. Okay. Okay, I'm just like, because he has no shame, his brute force is really, of course they do. All right. Okay.
you're either a man or a woman. So it's Ireland. Yes, this is in Ireland, right?
Oh,
And
is he
so
going to
this
read
is
it?
what happens
Wait.
to teacher in Ireland. And does Ireland have free speech? No, they do not.
Oh, he almost started to read it. Hold on. He almost got it. He almost started to read. Hold on.
Hello, Gare.
They have degrees of free expression, but they do
All right,
not
sorry.
have free speech like
And so
America. So anyway, but W's that.
Oh, I got you, Gare. So he was good at World of Warcraft. I got it. So that's why he is he deserves our attention, I guess.
No, I'm telling you, right? So you got clickbaited? No, what I'm saying is listen to this.
Okay.
Is
listen.
that my
He fucking read the first 3 fucking words and he stopped.
Oh my God, this is so bad.
I can't. I lied earlier. I lied in that video. I am getting mad. I'm getting upset. I'm not emotionally stable.
There you go,
I am
Dolly boy.
dysregulated right now, okay? I am getting epically trolled. It's okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, I have a headache now. Okay. Okay, I would do this thing when I was teaching, like when we were learning about, I was like teaching about media literacy, and I would have students read an article. And then they would have to it would basically like determining the reliability of the article and things like that. And like, that's like the number one thing you do is read the article. Okay. I mean, that's the number one thing you do. The number one. You would literally, if you didn't read the article, you would just fail. You would get a 0. I mean, obviously, and even there, I've never had a student. Weirdly enough, I never had a student who didn't read the article during the quiz. Okay, unless they weren't there that day, or cheated or something, and then they got a 0 anyway. But like, okay, he doesn't even read. Right, Jonas? I'm kind of surprised he even read the freaking title page. Okay, so that's weird. And okay. That's very interesting. So let's see here about, yeah, I know, right? Sylvie, like the one Christian essay writer. Yeah. Okay. TJ, you say, yeah, Ben Empanada has some good takes. The thing is, though, TJ, is that I don't really want to watch. I know maybe this sounds selfish. I don't want to watch other lefties. It'll pollute my own perspective on the things they're talking about. Um, so Destiny's not a lefty. He's a lib, but and it's also it's in my interest to not advertise other lefties on the stream. Okay, so I know I'm a bit selfish, but that's why I don't like watch Hassan clips or anything like that. Um, I'm sure Hassan and Badam Panaba probably has some good takes. I also need to know more about him. I don't know much about him. Um, and I doubt I would be upset on his view about Americans. I mean, depending on what he's saying, if he's demonizing the average American, I will have an issue with that. If he's saying that Americans are like there's something wrong with the average American, I will probably take issue with that because many Americans are impoverished, etc. Um, okay, okay, he's one of those people that Fanvia himself, the most leftist. Oh, interesting. Okay, I don't know. I don't know much about him, to be honest with you. Um, thank you. I know I'm too honest, guys, but I just don't like watching other lefties on my stream. Okay. All right. And also, like, I've seen too many videos of lefties using other lefties' reaction against on them as like using it against them, right? So like if someone does like a react to Hassan and then Hassan later, that person gets big and Hassan later finds that clip and then goes, look at how much he hates me or look how wrong he was. And it's just like, okay. Okay. TJ, what makes you think you're left of me? I'm just curious. I literally am curious. What about because to me, hating Americans is not left at all. Hating like you mean hating because the working class is what the left cares about. It's actually right wing to hate and people from any particular nationality. You see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, I just don't wanna get involved with other creators like that, you know what I mean? Um, like, I want other creators I wanna, like I'm gonna put my face up, guys. I want to, like, work with other creators and stuff. I really don't wanna get involved in the back and forth of that shit. It's just not I don't care. I don't care. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, I like Hassan. I have some disagreements with him. I'm sure I would like some things that Bad Empanada has to say, but I probably won't agree with him on everything. That doesn't mean he's not on my side. It doesn't mean okay. Okay. Um, so anyway, lefty phobia. Yeah. So it's just something I know. And plus I'm not big enough anyway for any of these people to care about me to begin with, right? Okay. But I am pissed off at Hassan because he's so much bigger than I am, and I'm jealous as hell. Okay. Of course, I'm allowed to be jealous. I'm human, right? Okay. Though I will never be like Hassan, though I will say that. All right. I hope. Ugh. All right. So okay, guys. What do we got here? Let me actually well, I don't want to look at that right now, right? CR, thank you, Mayflower Kid. Thank you for giving me some milk. Okay, I need some milk because I'm a baby. I'm a baby. All right. So guys, what time is it? It's 4:27. Let's do this. Let us what else is there for us to do? Let's see what else there is for us to do. First of all, guys, I have got to once again because I've been drinking a lot. Okay, what is the video? Hello, Mr. King K. Love you. Love having you. I didn't know you were here, Mr. King K. Hello. Tiago, what is this video about? This is about teaching how the right views things, right? And how to fight. Yes. Yes, Sylvie, exactly. This is about like, okay. All right. So I'm gonna pee because I always gotta pee. All right. So, okay, I don't know. Okay, I'll open it, Tiago, but I might not watch it. Okay. Is it a song? No, we're not gonna watch it. I don't know if I'm gonna get copyrighted for that. Okay. I didn't know you were here, Mr. King K. I'm sorry. Here, Mr. King K. Then we can't watch it, Tiago. Okay. I'm gonna give you a boop, Mr. King K. Boop. Here, I'll give you 2. Boop. All right. I'll be right back. I gotta go use the restroom. I'll be right back, folks. Give me a second. Bye-bye. Okay. Love you.
People don't let me talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize the need and body back for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for riding many tracks. Get one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So when I bet you cry on my shoulder, this might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to bore ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying comments I made when I left home, red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All my energy is placed in my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. Try to fix my mind and the habits should be using me. All are in the way I say, 'cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, 'cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the same.
Cry on my shoulder, this might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to bore ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying comments I made when I left home, red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All right, guys, I'm back. Hi, guys. Hi, I'm back. Oh my God. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Let me see here. Let me see here who everyone is doing. How's everyone doing? Who everyone is doing? I mean, how's everyone doing here? Oh, I forgot to put my jester hat back on. Oopsie daisy. Thank you, elevator lady. Elevator lady always coming in with the great takes. All right. How about we do this, guys? Well, let's take a look here. Let's see what people are saying. Looking. Let me see what we're saying here. Boo 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 boo. Let's see here. I'll take a look here at what JMac sent us. Trump supporter attacks a teen girl at an anti-ICE protest and immediately regrets it. Okay, we'll watch it. Sure, we'll watch it. We will watch it. All right, sure. Okay, we'll watch it. People are saying cheeseburger. What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean they're saying cheeseburger? I don't know what the hell that means. What does that mean, Cody? What does that mean? Okay. Put my face. So this was sent to us by JMac. We'll take a quick look at it. Here we go. All right. Okay. So let's take a look here. Been watching Public Offender, and I feel like he's a bit too super feminist for CR. What do you, okay, Revolter, you're going to have to explain that to me. What do you mean super feminist? What does that even mean? Please explain that to me, Revolter. You're saying, I don't know who that is. Public Defender? I don't even know who that is, to be honest. What do you mean by that? Please explain that to me, if you don't mind. I'm just curious what you mean by super feminist, or what is it? Ultra feminist? I don't know what you said. You said something like that. I'm curious. Public Offender, and I feel like it's a bit too super feminist. Okay, curious. All right. What is all this talk about a cheeseburger? What is going on in chat? I leave for like oh. Well, I mean, it depends on what is meant by that, Revolter. I guess I'd have to see him, okay? So, okay. If now, all right, so you say, what is going on? What is all this cheeseburger talk in chat? Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. I'm going to start bromping everyone. I'm going to start taking away people's boops. I'm going to start taking away people's boops, okay? I'm going to start taking away people's boops. All right? Okay. Don't make me take away your boops. I'll take away those boops. All right. Gonna start seizing people's boops. All right. So, okay. If I hear cheeseburger one more time in the chat, the next person to do it loses their boop. Okay. Let's watch it. This is sent to us from JMac. I'm gonna go back to the beginning of it. Here we go. All right. Dolly Boy, bromp. Mayflower Kid, bromp. Anyone else? Cody, bromp. You happy? I can bromp all of you. I can bromp all of you. I would, Mr. King K. I would dare. Meowzord, oh my God, Meowzord. Bromp, that's for you, Meowzord. How dare you? Okay, all right. Moving on. We're going to go here, everyone. So this is Trump supporter attacks teen girl at an anti-ICE protest and immediately regrets it. Okay. Oh my God, you disgust me, Dolly Boy. You're a degenerate. Okay. I won't even read your message out loud. Okay. Go ahead, Cody. Hit me with your best shot, Cody. All right. Everyone ready? Here we go. Oh, good. Good. I love, Get him. Get him. Wow, he went into a hornet's nest, didn't he? He went into a hornet's nest. How dare you, Cody? You disgust me. Yeah, get him. Get him. Come on. That's self-defense, folks. That is self-defense right there. Don't you all agree that that's self-defense? Looks like self-defense for me. Grown MAGA man getting out of a car and assaulting a teenage girl. Well, let's hope he gets arrested. Yay.
Fucking bitch! Fucking kill yourself! You fucking fuck!
That's what he gets. Yay. Yeah, right. That's totally self-defense. I agree. All right, we get it. All right, thank you very much, J-Mac. Love that. Love that. Okay, putting my thing back on my thing that where I can hear y'all. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, guys. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna play the food game, and then, Cody, when have you not crossed a boundary? Okay, are there any boundaries you haven't crossed already, Cody? Okay, you might as well go all out at this point. All right. Yeah, no, that's for sure, Mr. King K. Um, okay. Oh, in your groove, right now. In your groove, you know what dark thing I'm gonna say, right? You know what dark thing I'm gonna say in your groove. Yes, you're right. Maggie are getting closer. Though admittedly in your groove, they've already been kind of doing that, but okay. All right. Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm about to say in your group. I can't even remember what I was about to say. Regardless, Finn. Oh my God, I'm so glad you're here, Finn. It's been too long, guys. Everyone, be more like Finn. Finn comes in the chat and immediately says, "Hello, gorgeous." That is the way I want to be spoken to. Okay. Good job, Finn. Finn automatically gets a boop for being kind for okay. Boop. There you go. All right. Yeah, in your groove. Yeah, you know. That doesn't mean I want the violence to happen, but that might end up having that might have a good effect actually if a MAGA person were to do that. I don't want those I don't see any kids hurt or anything. But all right. So, um let's do this. We're going to play the food game because guys, it is 4:40 and I'm very tired. You know why? Cuz I stayed up so late with all those Epstein files. And tomorrow is a day off for me. And I might come back on later after we do this food stuff, later this evening if I feel like it. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I can decide. So anyway, let me do this. Let's say the food game, shall we? Food guesser. Okay. Yeah, in your groove. I know I'm dark when I say, yeah, for those that are saying the food. Yeah, that's okay. I don't want to see any kids hurt Reed's files. Yeah, good point, Macy. All right. Okay. No, Cody, I swear to God, Cody. Okay. So what we're gonna do, guys, we're gonna play the food game real fast here. And we all need to work together. For those that are gonna go now, because I know many of you will leave now that we're gonna play a game, and that's okay. I will keep an eye out. I might come back on later today. Okay, bye-bye, Drizilla, bye. Okay, I might come back on later today if another event happens, if we go to war with Iran or something like that. So keep your eyes out, and I might do a Jester After Dark. We'll see how I'm feeling after dinner, etc. Again, Wednesdays are my day off, so I might not be on tomorrow. But I'm like being so unclear. Maybe I'll be on tomorrow though if I feel up for it, because there's so much going on in the news. I feel like I should be on tomorrow. We'll see how I'm feeling. If I get enough sleep tonight or whatever, I'll be on tomorrow. Okay. If I get other stuff done, I'll be on tomorrow. All right. So be aware of that. France, but that's only because it says Merci behind it. Okay, we haven't started yet, Dolly boy. We haven't started yet. Down, boy. Okay. That's right, Dolly boy. I think you're like a dog. Okay, I view you as a dog. That's what you. That's how you talk to animals. All right. I did not promise you a GAD, a SoCal at all. I didn't promise you one at all. You liar. Okay. All right. So. Oh my God, you disgust me, Dolly boy. Okay, let's go on here. So here we have eggs, sugar, potato starch flour. That's a lie. You're all liars. Okay. Eggs, sugar, potato starch flour, corn flour, powdered sugar, and vanilla. All right. And it looks kind of cool. It looks like a cake of some sort. And I'm guessing it's France because it does say merci in the background. And I came up with that with myself. I did not listen to Dolly Boy. That was all my own belief. So we're gonna say France. All right, we're gonna say France. France. All right, we'll do France. Bye-bye, Mayflower Kid. See you in the war too, okay? Can't you wait? Are you excited to be a medic in the war, Mayflower Kid? Here we go. It's not France. It's not France. So, it's not France. So, Dolly Boy, another classic example here. a classic example here of Dolly Boy being absolutely incapable of assisting the community in any significant way. Just like what a dog would do, Dolly Boy. And at least you can pet a dog, okay? Anyway, oh my God, I'm just escalating against Dolly Boy. Dear God. All right, so do we think here, do we think Belgium? It could be Belgium. It does say northeast of France, although it's not touching France. So I don't think it's Belgium because Belgium actually touches France. This does not, so maybe it's the Netherlands? Sorry, Dolly Boy. Okay, let's try the Netherlands, all right? We'll try Die Niederlande. Netherlands. It is not the Netherlands. It may be Denmark. Let's try Denmark. I'm just going to keep trying ones until I get them right. Denmark. Oh my God, still not. Okay, northeast of Denmark. Could also, let's try, okay, fine. I guess we'll say Sweden. Let's try Sweden. Sweden. Okay, it was Sweden. Oh my God, that was embarrassing. By the way, guys, that was all me. Not a single one of you, not one said Sweden. You should all be humiliated. You should all be embarrassed, okay? Dolly Boy, it's okay, Dolly Boy, don't cry. Send me pictures of you crying, Dolly Boy. Nothing would bring me more joy. Anyway, you know I'm joking, Dolly Boy. I'm sorry. I love you. Okay, you all failed miserably. All of you failed miserably. I'm ashamed of you, and you're all going to get detention if I had that power, okay? Okay, well, maybe you should have looked around harder there, Jonas, when you were there, okay? Jonas, I visited Sweden, but doesn't know about the Speta Kaka, or whatever it is, the Speta Kaka. Anyway, so Jonas really is to blame for this. Okay, let's continue. Next round. There you go. North Star Alpha at least being honest that he doesn't know, okay? Sam stripped, good game. What do you mean I stripped? I did try France, Mr. Kincaid. Okay, here we go. This looks good. This is chocolate, sugar, cocoa butter, milk powder, soy lectin, vanilla, cocoa mass, optional hazelnuts, almonds, fruit flavorings. This dish typically tops off breakfast items with a delightful crunch, especially on bread. What do we think here? I've seen that. Is this like a... I feel like I've seen this in the Netherlands or something. They like put chocolate flakes for the Europeans out there. They put chocolate flakes on their bread. I feel like this is the Netherlands. You see, right? Doesn't it, Cody? It seems kind of Dutch. You really? Okay, I'm going to try the Netherlands. I could be wrong. I just know I've seen it before somewhere in Europe. Yeah, Netherlands. Okay, this was Vlukken. Vlukken. Great name. Okay, there we go. So it must be, yeah, don't worry, Cody. We don't listen to Matt Saigai. As a matter of fact, we're withdrawing any of Matt Saigai's prior boops. Brump. Bye-bye, Matt Saigai. All your boops are gone. So Cody gets a boop. Boop. You don't deserve it, though, Cody, but I'll give it to you, all right? Just to remind you, I have power, all right? And we got, who else? Anyone else get a boop? Anyone else get a boop? No one else gets a boop. The rest of you, again, failing miserably. I am the most bye, Matt Saigai. Okay, I'm kidding. Everyone else, no one else gets a boop. I get a boop, though, because I was mainly the one that got that right. So boop. All right. God, I'm in a mood today, aren't I? This is bamboo shoots, shrimp, coconut milk, garlic, onion, ginger, chili peppers, fish sauce, salt. Okay. Disgusting, SoCal. You disgust me. Okay, is this like is this Thailand or some shit? You think Thai shrimp curry? Okay. SoCal. I mean, sorry, not SoCal, though it could apply to him too. Don't lie to yourself, Cody. All right. So I'm just kidding, Cody. You know I'm being an asshole. Okay. Do we think Thailand? I think it's giving Thailand. Okay, it's giving Thailand. We'll try Thailand. No. It was not. It was not Thailand. Was that an Indian accent? What do you mean, Meowslord? Not Thailand. We got northeast. What's Cuddy? I don't know what that is. So we got it's to the northeast south of Thailand. Is it Vietnam then? I think it might be Vietnam. Let's try Vietnam. What do you mean? I didn't do an Indian accent. What do you mean? Okay. Vietnam. No, oh my God, it's even further. Okay. Southeast of Vietnam. Okay, is it Indonesia? We are not doing well today, folks. If we don't get, we might not get gastronomical. How dare you, Matt? We didn't get astronomical gene. Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll try. It is not wrong, Cody. It is not Indonesia. It looks like it is probably the Philippines at this point, right? We think it's the Philippines because no. It is to the north of Indonesia, but the southeast of Vietnam. Okay. Okay. We'll try and we're going to try Philippines. Yes. Okay. Thank God for me. Again, guys, literally, I was the only one in this entire chat who thought the Philippines. What is wrong with you all today? Like, what is it? Did you forget to? Did you forget to, like, I don't know, eat food or something? Like, did you get enough sleep last night? I am running on barely any sleep, and even I know how to do this shit. Okay, so I don't know. All right. Oh my God, Cody. Okay, let's go on here. All right. Okay. Okay, now here's the question. Is this American or like Chinese? Because, all right, beef, ginger, soy sauce, garlic, vegetable oil, sugar, green onions, cornstarch, vinegar, red pepper flakes. Because this, isn't this like Americanized? Like, isn't this, yeah, right? It's like Americanized Chinese food. Is this actually, and it even says down here, a Western twist on Asian staple, right? A Western twist. So, okay, so we're going to try the USA. All right. Oh, no, it's not, but it borders the USA. Is it Canada? Oh my God, ginger beef is a Canadian food? Wow. Wow, yeah, it's Canada. Canada. Okay. All right, you know what? I'll accept defeat there. I'll accept defeat there. I was wrong too. And it's really hard for me to admit when I'm wrong. So, okay. All right. That's not bad. Okay, we can live with that shit. We can live with that shit. No, J-Mac, I'm only going to call you worthless and stupid. How about that? How about that? All right. So, we're going to say yum. It looks good because I'm an American, and that's kind of shit I like. Here we got olive oil, onions, carrots, celery, garlic, tomatoes, potatoes, green beans, zucchini, spinach, kidney beans, cannellini, beans, pasta, vegetable broth, oregano, basil, thyme, salt, pepper, Parmesan cheese, peas, cabbage, parsley, bay leaf. Italy, you think so? Okay, that would be. Do we think? You think USA, Malzord? I'm also thinking Italy. Let's look at the other images here. It looks kind of Italian, doesn't it? In this cute little pieces of bread, maybe it is. Okay, we'll try Italy. Too much going on. That's possible, Meowsord, but let's try Italy. And then if that's wrong, Meowsord, I'll go with your idea. Okay, Italy. It was Italy. Meowsord, Bromp. I've rejected. I've revoked Meowsord's boop. Okay, Elevator Lady, you get a boop. Boop. Because I really like Elevator Lady. All right, Elevator Lady later. Elevator Lady is my favorite. Okay, and by the way, SoCal gets a boop. Boop. Jonas gets a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Jonas, and I said Jonas already. I did that already. Who else? Yeah, Elevator Lady. I already mentioned Elevator Lady. Did I miss anyone else? Okay, whatever. A lot of you get a boop, so whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay. J-Mac. I am revoking J-Mac's boop. Bromp. Okay. All right. Yum. All right. Okay. Oh my God, we still got gastronomical genius. I want to thank myself for this, guys. I want to thank myself for this. North Star Alpha, you also get a boop. Boop. I want to thank myself, folks. I'm going to do like a Grammy speech. I want to thank God. I want to thank my parents. I want to thank the I want to thank the, I want to thank whatever else, a deity out there, whatever. Thank luck, thank my cat. I don't know. Okay. The, I'm going to say thank you, body swap. Beep. Okay. I'm sorry, not beep. Boop. Tiago, how dare you? Jonas, I swear, Jonas, you be quiet. Jonas, you be quiet. Okay. Oh, I didn't know that, Sylvie. Oh, I need to take a look into that. Off topic, I think it's important to let people know that Canada has a program called the Rainbow Railroad where you can seek help getting into Canada. Oh, that's awesome. I might do that. Dolly boy, you get a boop. Boop. All right. Let's go on here. Let's try one more time because I feel like I want you all to suffer and I had to be nice at the end there and I don't want to be nice. Okay, so let's leave this. This, I'm guessing, is Italy, right? Pasta, ground beef, onion, garlic. Okay. Why are you triggered, Malzord? Why are you triggered? What do you mean? Why are you triggered, Malzord? Why did I trigger you? Okay. This is pasta, ground beef. Oh my God, it's literally the exact same image. Okay, well, that's messed up, Meowsard. I apologize. Maybe, but I'm sorry that the Meowsard, I guess, Meowsard, okay, Meowsard, I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you. Meowsard, I will give you your boop back. Boop, because it appears that the game was wrong. Okay, I apologize that the game was wrong. This looks like lasagna, or at least some sort of baked shit. So, cinnamon spiced ground meat. This is weird. It has pasta, ground beef, onion, garlic, tomato paste, red wine, cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves, bay leaf, parsley. Ooh, is this actually Italian? A Greek dish? I'm getting more and more tempted to give you a history question, Kahoot, since you're such a connoisseur. Oh, I would love that, SoCal. Okay, you know what? We think USA, really? But Elevator Lady says Greece. You know what? I'm going to go with Elevator Lady because, as always, Elevator Lady is my favorite. You think so? Okay, well, we'll try Greece. And watch. I'm going to show you all how great Elevator Lady is. I believe Elevator Lady. Who couldn't? Who couldn't believe Elevator Lady? Oh, my God. Guys. Oh, my God. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Elevator Lady, as always, proves to be the best member of this community, right? Elevator Lady, you get 3 boops, Elevator Lady. You get 3 boops. They're nice slow boops. Boop. A boop. And don't forget, Elevator Lady, the boop. Okay, there we go. Very good. Very good. The rest of you need to try harder. Now, Doug did say Greece, and okay, Doug, you get a boop. Boop. And Meowsword gets a boop, even though came in a bit late with that. Boop. But, okay. Shame on the rest of you, okay? SoCal, don't you dare go after Elevator Lady. Just because you're ignorant, SoCal, doesn't mean that Elevator Lady deserves your wrath. No one here is going to be scapegoating Elevator Lady, okay? This is Tizio, all right? All right. Next round, okay? This looks delicious. All right, this is fish, paprika, onions, tomatoes, okay? Green peppers, water, salt, pepper, garlic, white wine vinegar, hot peppers, potatoes, and carrots. So this dish is a rich and flavorful soup made with a variety of freshwater fish simmered in paprika spiced broth. You think Eastern Europe, guys? You think Eastern Europe? That sounds about right, actually, to me. It kind of sounds like it could be Eastern Europe. Please join our Discord, folks, if you haven't already. Okay. I mean, it looks good. I kind of want it. Oh, what's this? Huh, I don't know. It does look it kind of gives Europe vibes. That's for sure. Look at the Europe, like kind of the European background here. That's Mary. That is an image to Mary. What do we think? Mexico? We think Mexico? Okay, you know what? I will go with what SoCal says this time. I will go with SoCal. If SoCal's wrong, though, not Mexico. Okay, fine. I'll ignore SoCal because I see a lot of people pushing back. Okay, we'll do this. We'll do Hungary. We'll do Hungary. All right, we'll do Hungary. All right. Okay. SoCal, you might if I'm wrong, SoCal, I will. Of course I'm not gonna be wrong, SoCal. When am I? But if I am wrong, SoCal, because I don't think I am gonna be wrong, I will. I don't know. I will admit that you're better than me, SoCal. Okay. I will say out loud, SoCal is better than me if I'm wrong. Okay. We'll try Hungary. Oh, SoCal. Oh no, SoCal. Looks like I'm not going to admit that today, SoCal. Shocking outcome. Aw. You were wrong, SoCal. What a shame. What a shame. Cody, I swear to God. I swear to God. Okay, there we go. Elevator lady once again proves elevator lady's supremacy. Okay, elevator lady gets a boop. Boop. So does Malzord. Boop. So does Jonas doesn't really get a boop. Bye, SoCal. Bye. Okay. Okay. All right. We get okay, there you go, elevator lady. So here we go. Who else gets it wrong? Who else got it wrong? Who else can I punish? Who else am I gonna punish? Whatever. The rest of you failed. I don't care. All right. Oh, actually, okay, fine. You're right, Jonas. I guess Croatia was there. I guess that it was there. Okay. You're a Rudy Trudy. What does that even mean, Matt? I don't even know what that means. Punish me, Daddy. Oh, Cody. Bromp. That was not a bromp. I'm sorry. What is it? What do I say when I hit people? Boop, bromp, and womp. There we go. There you go, Cody. All right. Okay. Cody, see, you're learning, Cody. You're learning to be a degenerate like the rest of the chat. Okay. Except for elevator lady. She's above the rest of us. Okay, here we go. This is, oh, it looks good. It looks American, though. Pork cutlets, white wine, garlic, paprika, bay leaves, salt, pepper, olive oil, onion. Yeah, Dolly boy. Okay. There you go. Yeah, Bwomp, thank you. Thank you very much. Body swap. You disgust me, SoCal. You disgust me. What do we think? What do we think? We said China, Portugal. You think Portuguese? Really? I don't know. It's like there's also these chips, which makes me think it's America. Pork cutlets, white wine. I don't know. What do you guys think? Anyone have a guess? You think Portugal? Really? Is Tiago here? Doesn't seem Portuguese. Of course, the last time you told us that you were wrong. A North Star Alpha, that's okay. I forgive you, North Star Alpha. At least you're not guessing wrong like a lot of these people are, okay? And people, that's kind of an exaggeration. But anyway, okay. Okay. You know what? The only guess SoCal says British. Okay. We will try. I'm going to try the only one I got that seemed like I did, JMac. I just dehumanized all of you. This I'm going to say that I'm going to say UK. I'm going to say UK. There is beer in the background. No, it is not the UK. You know what? It probably is Portugal. How dare you, Matt Sai Guy? Okay. There we go. Oh my God. It was once again Tiago proving himself incapable of assisting the community. Okay, Tiago? You said, no, it's not Portuguese. You always get the cuisine of your country wrong, Portugal. What is Portugal, Tiago? What does that say about you, Tiago? What does that say about you? Yes, it was indeed Portugal. Who originally said Portugal? Who do I need to give credit to? Who do I need to give credit to? Jonas. Okay. Jonas coming in clutch for the community. Okay, I'm gonna do a little boop from from away here. Boop. Okay, good job, Jonas. It looks like okay. I mean, it looks good, right? It looks good. I like that. I like that for us. Whoever said British though was SoCal again, Ron. Okay. I mean, are we surprised by now? Okay, how dare you, Matt Sai Guy? Okay, to be honest, I'm looking online and those pics look way off. Oh, really? Okay, well, whatever. Who cares? Close enough. I don't give a shit. Okay, you all should have known better. All right, next round here. This is we've seen this before, I think. I think we've seen this one before. Let's try this. This is Garlic, olive oil, vinegar, bread, salt, pepper. This dish is a savory sauce featuring garlic as its star ingredient, combined with bread, vinegar, and sometimes herbs. It's typically used as a condiment or garnish for meat, fish, or vegetables. Typically known for its potent garlic flavor, the sauce is both zesty and aromatic, offers a robust accompaniment that enhances and enlivens the main dish it accompanies. And it appears that I'm having trouble reading the language that is on the that is on the beer behind it. You think America? Really? I don't think it is America. Really? Because there's a beer bottle that doesn't have an American. It could be a lot of places, right? I don't think it's America. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Okay. Anyone know? Anyone have an idea? Who else is Mr. King K? Who else is Zest? Tell me, Mr. King K. It better be me, by the way. Italy? We think Italy? You think Italy? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go with JMac here just because JMac is the only one. Okay, we will try JMac. Okay, we'll try JMac. Italy. There's no other photos, unfortunately, Matt Saigai. We'll try JMac. 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 Oh my God, JMac. I'm surprised, actually. I'm surprised. This is shocking. Shocking turnabout. There you go, right, North Star Alpha? Shocking turnabout. Who would have 1,000 years would have expected JMac to get one of these right? Really shocking turnabout. Oh, that's fair. So Matt Saigai also said Italy, and I believe someone else confirmed that. Jonas did too. So here we got, okay, we got Matt Saigai gets a boop, JMac gets a boop, and Jonas gets a boop. Boop. There we go. Okay. Good job, everyone. Not everyone. Some of you failed miserably. For especially all the ones that were screaming about it being US of A. Matt Saigai, you originally said US of A. You Googled it, didn't you? You liar. You get a brump. Brump! You lied at the beginning. You changed your mind after people said later. You did too, JMac. All of you cheated. All of you looked it up. All of you looked it up. You know what? No. No one gets credit. No one gets credit. You're all cheaters. Okay? No one gets credit. You're all cheaters. Only Cody gets a boop. Boop. None of the rest of you get a boop. You all cheated. Okay, fine. Jonas gets the boop. Jonas gets the boop, but no one else gets a boop. Okay, fine, Matt Saigai. You get a boop also. Whatever. Everyone gets a boop that I gave a boop to. All right, how about that? Well, we'll keep it at that. I don't want to get too much into this. You all can keep the boop. Right? Okay, good. You know what? Body Swap gets a boop. Boop, because Body Swap at least admitted that he or she or they, I don't know, was flawed. Okay, all right, good. You acknowledge your failure, Body Swap. I approve of that. As a Catholic, I think you should be forgiven for your sins. Okay, let's go on here to the next round. This looks like chicken, pork, lamb, potatoes, kumara. How dare you, Matt Saigai? Okay, pumpkin, cabbage, stuffing, carrots. All right. This looks like an American thing, doesn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Some of these images are super interesting. Chicken, pork, lamb, potatoes. What's kumara? I don't know what kumara is, guys. What's kumara? Yeah, what is kumara? Does anyone know what kumara is? You know what? I'm gonna. Well, I don't know if I want to cheat, but Russian, really, North Star. Iraq. Okay, Matt Saigai, you just said Iraq, and then you said Afghanistan, Syria. Okay, you know what? We got Russia, Afghanistan, Iran, Syria. I don't know. It says pork, though. Would it really be Iran? Yeah, Doug, I heard about that. But that's every country does that, by the way. Every country does that. So I don't know if Vietnam is special in this regard. I'll have to look more into it. I did read about that a little bit. Okay, you know what? We'll do this. We'll say it is. Well, I don't know. Well, okay, I'll say Iran. No, it can't be. It can't be. There's pork. Why would it? Okay. Anyone have an idea? All right. You know what? I really don't know. Stuffing. Thailand, Europe. Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna say Canada. I don't know. Why the fuck not? Right? Because it kind of looks American adjacent. We're gonna say Canada. I don't know. We're just gonna say Canada. Nope, ice cold. Okay, I'll try Australia. Australia. Can't even do it. Australia. Oh, no. Okay, so it's South America. Argentina? No? Oh my god, I don't know where it is. Yeah, it could be it kind of looks like it might be Polynesian. These people look vaguely I know, guys, I know I'm racially profiling, but they do look vaguely Polynesian. So, like, what do I wanna say? Solomon Islands? We can try Micronesia. No? Oh my god! Okay, fine. New Zealand, that'll be the last one we try. New Zealand. Oh, it's called Hongi. Okay, New Zealand. It was New Zealand. Oh my god, I'm a fool. It was New Zealand. All right. Jesus Christ. Okay. Final score. Yes, we did it. Gastronomical genius. I'm so happy. Okay, guys. Put my face up. You do, Matt Saigai. You get a boop. All right. So, guys, tomorrow's my day off. I might come back on this evening if something happens. It's okay. North Star Alpha, I forgive you. I forgive you. You tried, North Star Alpha. Okay? You tried. At least you didn't fail me too much, North Star Alpha. You tried. Okay? So tomorrow's my day off. I might still stream tomorrow. It depends on how I'm feeling, etc., and if there's much going on in the news. There's a ton of going on in the news, which is why I think I will be streaming tomorrow. Second of all, I might come on later tonight. Oh, that's cool, Cody. That's interesting. I might come on later tonight if I'm feeling up for it after dinner. Okay? No problem, North Star Alpha. Here, North Star Alpha, you get a boop. You get a commiseration boop or a mercy boop. Boop. All right. So letting you know that. Okay. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. It is posted at the top of both the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. What else was I going to say here? Please tell other people you know about the stream. If you know people that you think would like watching me, please let them know. What else? What else am I going to say here? Okay. That's all I'm going to say, folks. You know, that's all I'm going to say. Love you all very much, okay? I know it was sort of a dark stream today at the beginning and things like that. I appreciate all of you for watching. And no, Cody, no. You're reaching, Cody. You're reaching, okay? No, I deny your boop request, Cody. I'm going to leave you hanging until the next stream, okay? No boop for you, Cody. All right. So, everyone ready? You know what I'm about to say? You all know what I'm about to say. All right. First of all, and so keep an eye out, guys. Keep an eye out on the Discord if I go live tonight and on YouTube, etc. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone ready? So first of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. Okay. The easiest way to resist is to not question is to question authority figures. Okay. Question authority figures. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to question authority figures. Secondly, we're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. How dare you, SoCal? It's them that leave me hating SoCal. Democratic institutions. Again, how dare you, Matt Saga? We need major reforms in this country. Fascism thrives where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they're not getting the economic benefits they need or deserve. We need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. We really need to do something, guys, about these goddamn elites who are a bunch of goddamn demonic monsters who rule over all of us and abuse our children. Can we please do something about this? I'm calling for revolutionary change here, okay? It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. In our country, by the way, America is not only dangerous to its own citizens, it's dangerous to people around the world. Okay. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It has been passed down in my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day, morning, evening, new night. I might come back on later. I might not. I might be on tomorrow. I might not. Oh, it's kind of fun. It's like, who the fuck knows? Am I going to be on or not? Such a great creator, aren't I? I'm just so prepared. I always have things planned. It's great. You all love me, I'm sure. I'm sure you love that for yourselves. All right. And on that note, folks, bye-bye. You're great. You're the best. All right. You're the best, except for you, SoCal. All right. Just kidding. Love you, SoCal. All right. Bye-bye. Fine, Matt Syke. I'll take a drink. I'll drink a drink before I leave. How dare you, Cody? There we go. Bye-bye, Fetty Spaghetti. You also get a boop. Boop. You too, body swap. Boop. TJ. Boop. Okay, most of you get a boop. Whatever.